How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene of
What up, everyone? Happy Friday. Now, does anyone mind if I take a point of personal privilege? Oh, it's my show. I'm going to do what I want. But I need to work out some feelings. I know this is happy hour. I know we're supposed to be watching Awoke training, but we're not going to do that today. You want to know why? Because I need to work out some feelings. I'm having a lot of feelings. I've had a lot of feelings in the last 24 hours. I've had a lot of feelings reflecting on the last 4.5 years of my life. 3.5 of those years, which I spent getting gang stalked and harassed on the internet every day of my life over things that were not even true. Twisted, taken out of context, stuff was photoshopped. I'm having a lot of feelings. I'm having a lot of feelings right now. I'm having a lot of feelings about the fact that I've spent the last 3 years being literally the only person on the internet that is doing consistent deep dives into the radical revolutionary far left, going undercover at their events, recording them, putting it all out there for people to see, teaching more people about what's going on the radical revolutionary left than people with these giant platforms. And I've done this all myself. And I've had to do it all myself. Because I was gang stalked and smeared and defamed to the point where a huge number of people believe stuff about me that isn't true. They believe I'm crazy when I'm not. They won't even look at the primary source video evidence. They don't even know that what I do is literally show primary source video from the far left, because they won't even look. Because of a massive smear campaign that was run on me where they were told I was crazy and they never bothered to look into it. And I've had to scrape for every single thing that I've earned over the last 3+ years. I have had to show up every single day and fight by myself. Well, I shouldn't say by myself, because I've been very, very blessed with a community of people who have helped me and volunteered for me. But when I say by myself, I do all my content by myself. I have to research all the content. I have to find all the content. I have to do the art and the marketing and the branding for all the content. I write all my content. I do all my own merch with the exception of a few things. And it's not as though I don't love and adore the people who volunteer for me, because a lot of people, especially in the last several months, have really stepped up. People are making clips. People are sharing my stuff more than ever. It's been a really big help, guys. It's been a really, really big help. And I don't want you guys to think I'm overlooking that. But I literally work 16 hours a fucking day to do what I do. I create more anti-communist content on the internet every single day than James Lindsay does in a week. That's just true. And I've been doing this 6 days a week for years. And I've never been respected by the people who claim to care about the issue of the far left. They won't look at my work. They won't report on my work. They'll steal my work. They'll steal it. They have no problem stealing it. They've done it a million times. But they will never do the things that I do to find the stories that I find. And I accepted a while ago that this was going to be the way it was, that I was going to be, a small little independent voice that was never going to get validated, that was never going to get like a lot of attention. And in some respects I like that, because I really actually don't want to be famous on the internet. I actually want to be able to fly under the radar. I don't want to be on any of these like lists of like hate group lists, hate watch lists. I don't want to do any of that. Okay. I want to watch socialism on the internet, and I want to teach people about socialism on the internet, and I want to write about socialism on the internet. And that's what I want to do. And so in some respects it was kind of a blessing, right? That I got completely excommunicated over bullshit. But on the other hand, I was gang stalked for literally years, and still am to this day, which I'm going to show you receipts of, by people who literally wanted me to commit suicide. That was their goal. That was their stated goal. I know that because I've had people defect from that group. There are people who used to be involved with the group that was gang stalking me, and some of them have defected because they felt bad about what they were doing. And they came to me and they said, Carlin, they said their goal, they said that they were never going to stop until you were dead. They were trying to get me to kill myself, guys. That's very, very, very real. And throughout all of it, I have suffered so badly. I was severely clinically depressed for a long time. I gained so much weight. I've lost a lot of it now, but not all of it. Like I'm, I often think about how much more I could have accomplished, how many more people I could have reached if all this hadn't happened. How many more people would be educated about the left right now if I hadn't had all these people just attacking me day in and day out, making it impossible for me to function. And it's not just like people say it's just social media posts, just ignore it, Carlin. It's not. It's not. It's not just social media posts that you can ignore when it's coming at you from all sides, all day, every day. And they're privately talking to people to demonize me. They're lying to people. They're spreading all this stuff. Hey, John, guess what? You just got banned. Goodbye. How dare you fucking come onto my fucking channel and say, when do you stop crying and just show us the content? Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. If you don't like my tone, if you don't like the things I think about, get the fuck out. That's how I feel about it. So all of this is to say that when I learned what I learned about Christina Buttons this week, or in the last 24 hours, and as I've watched the reaction to the breaking news that Christina Buttons is a fucking hardcore porn star, I've had a lot of feelings. I've had so many feelings. And if you don't like that I'm working out the feelings that I'm having on my show, like I said, you are welcome to remove yourself and go somewhere else, because if I hear any complaining about what I am saying, then I will permanently ban you from my chat. This is my show. This is my stream. You don't have to be here. You are welcome to leave if you can't handle that I am using my show to do something for me. So who the fuck is Christina Buttons? I've known about Christina Buttons for years. I first encountered Christina Buttons. Actually, let me show you. I will show you exactly when I first encountered Christina Buttons. Hang on. See to find something. Foundation Against Intolerance. There it is. I first encountered Christina Buttons back in October of 2021. When I posted the first of what became a series of articles about an organization called the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, or FAIR for short. Now, I had come into some information about the CEO of FAIR that, quite frankly, was, well, not impressive or good. And I started making some phone calls and I started talking to a lot of people. And this was an organization, I don't know if people remember this back in 2021. FAIR was an organization back in 2021 that was sucking up all of the fundraising money. They raised tens of millions of dollars basically overnight. They were pretending to be the classical liberals that were going to save us all from the menace of the left. And they raised a fuck ton of money that could have gone to better things in order to produce cartoon anime videos saying, hey guys, can we just be nice to each other? Now, there was a time when I actually thought maybe FAIR could do some good things. I found out about FAIR before they even launched. But like, as it went on and on and on, and I knew enough people involved in FAIR that I just kept hearing all these like nefarious things about it. I was like, this is not good. And from the very beginning, I've been a truth teller about these things. The biggest problem with FAIR was their CEO, who was named Brian Bartning. Brian is the guy in the image right there. I'm not going to go into the whole rehash of what happened, but essentially, I exposed some shady shit that Brian Bartning was doing in conjunction, and I talked to so many people involved. And like Barry Weiss was involved in this. Melissa Chen was involved in this. Melissa Chen actually turned out to be the good guy in this situation, by the way. Barry Weiss, not so much. But Melissa Chen actually turned out to be the hero in this situation. Anyway, I wrote a series of articles about this back in 2021. You can still find them on my Substack. And the moral of the story is, these articles were so correct that 2 years later, these articles that I wrote, that I was the only person who reported on this stuff, these articles were used in a legal arbitration to get Brian Bartning the fuck out of the organization. Now, it should have happened a lot sooner than 2 years, but that's how accurate my reporting was. They actually ended up using, and I know this because I heard about it from Melissa Chen, they actually ended up using my reporting in a legal procedure to get him out of the organization because of all the nefarious shit he was doing. I was the only person talking about this. Rottweiler says, don't worry, all these conservative influencers will get their comeuppance. It's those who preach the loudest that are the ones with a lot of skeletons. I agree with that. So, how does this relate to Christina Buttons? At the time, Christina Buttons worked for FAIR. And Christina Buttons, when I was writing this series of articles back in 2021, got really, really, really pissed off at me for exposing her boss and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. and she spread all this shit about me, and she lied about me as they always do. And so I had Christina Buttons' number from back in 2021 because I knew what the receipts were. I knew what the evidence was. I had talked to a lot of different people behind the scenes. I knew what was going on. And Christina Buttons was lying to cover for a narcissistic douchebag that was, quite frankly, fucking with the lives of a lot of people. I think it was maybe like a year later, Christina Buttons had left FAIR because FAIR wasn't giving her the things that she wanted, apparently. And about a year later, Christina Buttons slides into my DMs on Twitter and she says, Carlin, you know, you were right about FAIR all along. And I said, I know I was right about FAIR, Christina. What else do you want me to know? And Christina Buttons at that point was trying to use me to promote some webinar that she was doing that was supposed to be competing with FAIR. And I was kind of like, I don't even really remember what happened. I think I might have gone along with it a little bit, but it really wasn't that big a deal. And I didn't really think much of it other than I felt pretty validated that Christina Buttons had come into my DMs. It was like, you know what? You were right about FAIR all along and I was wrong. And I was like, okay, well, that doesn't happen every day. All right. Well, I know I was right, but thank you. And then perhaps when I didn't do enough to promote Christina Buttons, then she starts lying about me all over the internet. Just like so many other people have. She got hinged in with like the same group of people that made my life a living hell, started lying about me all over the internet. And, you know, one of those times, hang on, should I show it? No. Oh, here. One of those times was when the internet was crashing down on Eliza Blue. Does anyone remember this? Eliza Blue is a legitimate victim of human trafficking. You will never convince me otherwise. And quite frankly, if anyone comes into my chat and goes, Eliza Blue is a lying whore, you're going to get fucking banned. So if you think that, you better keep that shit to yourself. I wasn't friends with Eliza Blue when all this started. I mean, I knew her and I didn't mind her that much. But, like, she and I weren't close or anything. We weren't BFFs. But I really took the time to look into Eliza Blue's story because, quite frankly, I had been gang stalked for fucking years on the internet. And I know what that looks like. And when it happens to you, when you see it happening to other people, you see it in a whole new different way. Wasn't this the issue that damaged your relationship with Karen and Harlow? Karen Ann Harlos thinks that she knows things that she doesn't fucking know. And Karen Ann Harlos has taken no time to maybe look in the mirror and say, maybe I was wrong about a thing or two. So yeah, this was the issue. Yes, this was it. Eliza Blue got epically fucked over by the entire conservative right after she had done a lot of really good work to fight legitimate human trafficking online. And the reason she did that work was because she was a victim of it herself. And what happened is these fucking shill grifters on the right got jealous because Eliza Blue got like this much attention from Elon Musk. And so they had to go after her and destroy her. Now, at the time, Shane Cashman, who worked for Timcast, went out to talk to Eliza Blue and wrote a 3-part series about her for Timcast News. Cassandra McDonald is also friends with Eliza Blue. We read Shane Cashman's entire piece before it was pulled off of Timcast because they got so much fucking negative backlash from the assholes on the internet. And when we actually sat down and read it, and when we looked at the evidence, it became clear to me, and it became clear to everyone watching my stream, that Eliza Blue told the truth. And I talked to Shane Cashman in private, and I talked to Cassandra McDonald in private, and they both believed her. And I believed her just based on the evidence. But then when I actually talked to people, Shane Cashman went to visit her and sat down with her fucking mother. And her mother showed him the receipts from her hospital stays. This was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen happen on the internet since I've been on it. And I got to tell you guys, it was a really big turning point for me in terms of when I started acknowledging what the political right was, which is a giant fucking LARP grifting operation where hand-picked people get lifted up, and usually they're paid actors to advance a narrative, and that's all it is. And if you don't go along with the approved narrative, they are going to get you one way or the other. This is what happened to Nick Fuentes. This is what happened to Eliza Blue. This is what happened to me. This is what has happened to countless people who don't go along with the approved narrative. Anyway, when this happened, Eliza Blue was posting on Twitter about it. She was getting all this attention. Christina Buttons, who then worked for the Daily Wire, decided to call Eliza Blue a whore. And I documented it. And today, she deleted this tweet. But because I documented it when it happened at the time, I still had a screenshot of it. You spent over a decade whoring yourself out all over the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some responsibility for your actions. This perpetual victim act is pathetic. I want everyone to keep this in mind. This is what Christina Buttons said to Eliza Blue at the beginning of 2023. And you can still find this documented on my Substack because I documented the entire fucking thing at the time. I was the only one talking about it because I was so disgusted with the entire thing. It's kind of like off my beat. It's not something I normally cover, but I was so disgusted by it. I was like, fuck you. You spent over a decade whoring yourself out all over the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some responsibility for your actions. This perpetual victim act is pathetic. And then I called her out on it. See, back when this is when I had my anime, or not my anime, my AI, my first AI art icon. I said, there was a brief moment I thought you were a decent human being, Christina. I'm very glad that moment has now passed. You were always garbage. And Christina Buttons replied back to me, coming from you, that's a compliment. Because Christina Buttons had been spreading bullshit about me for like damn near a fucking year at this point. And I said, you know my position on exposing bad actors, Christina. You just got added to the list. And you can have whatever fragile woke feelings you want about it. It means nothing to me. You're trash. You are so far beneath me, I can barely hear you reeing from up here. This was at the beginning of 2023. So fast forward to now. Christina Buttons has just gotten hired as an investigative reporter for the Manhattan Institute, working under Chris Rufo, who we all know now is a Zionist shill, but who has done some good work in the past, but now he's a Zionist shill and a propagandist. And he brought on Christina Buttons. She was the latest crack investigative reporter, even though Christina Buttons' reporting has always been lousy. Everyone knows that, right? I very briefly actually subscribed to Christina Buttons' Substack just to see what she was actually doing. There was no actual reporting coming out of it, which I've documented on this channel. I did a video about it back then. But no, it doesn't matter. What matters to conservative influencers is that Christina Buttons is pretty and blonde and a girl and she has tits. And Christina Buttons posted about it. She said, I'm very excited to announce that I'm now an investigative reporter for the Manhattan Institute. Well, again, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You spent over a decade whoring yourself out on the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some responsibility for your actions. The perpetual victim act is pathetic. Well, it turns out Christina Buttons is a former hardcore porn star. This was exposed by Ethan Ralph, of all people, yesterday, and I don't necessarily believe everything that Ethan Ralph has to say. I don't. But I spent some time looking into it myself. And it turns out Christina Buttons, who went by the porn name Rita Lovely, has quite a list of titles to her name. Let's see her list of titles. Afternoon Teen Delight. ATK Galleria 8, More Girls Next Door. Big Cock Teen Editions 2, Cum Stained Casting Couch 14, Exploited College Girls 1527, Julie, Exploited College Girls 1528, Julie Behind the Scenes, Exploited College Girls 1529, Julie POV, Fresh Outta High School 17, Guilty Pleasure, Homemade Couples 4, Lesbian Fantasies 2, Lovely Lips, Only Teen Blowjobs 3, Perky Redhead Hippie Slut, Redheads in Bed, Rising Sunshine Redhead Slut, Seduced by a Real Lesbian 4, Teen Cum Paint Buckets, This Redhead Loves Billy's Big Cock, Treat Me Like a Slut 3. And I happen to know, because again, I did a little bit more of my own research, this isn't even the full list of titles. Because I definitely came across a title that was like, Spread My Legs for My Stepbrother, and things of that nature. And I'll tell you guys, my eyes have seen things they cannot unsee. And it was absolutely Christina Buttons. And I'm going to show you a picture in a second. And you know what? Christina Buttons was basically teasing us about this. Because on January 1st of 2024, she posted, kind of disappointed that photos showing my female form will never stir any controversy because I'm not conservative or religious. That's Christina Buttons. That's Christina Buttons right there. That's also Christina Buttons. It's censored, of course. I'm sure she's not taking anything in her mouth in that. But still, I went to do my own research, and again, I found a whole... Yup, it was, it was just spilled milk all over her face. Yup, exactly, it was spilled milk. It was spilled milk, of course. I found a whole treasure trove of fucking videos that my eyes cannot unsee. And so, there really should be no doubt that this is Christina Buttons. This is absolutely Christina Buttons. This is 100% Christina Buttons. And, I tried to censor it. I don't like posting porn on the internet. I don't like porn at all, but, sometimes you gotta research things you don't like, and, well, it turns out that Christina Buttons was a porn star. And so now Chris Rufo is in quite a pickle, isn't he? Because Chris Rufo hired a former hardcore porn star to be an investigative reporter for a so-called conservative organization. And I just gotta ask, man, because you guys know Colin Wright, right? Does everyone remember Colin Wright? Does everyone remember Colin Wright from all of those times that Colin Wright has literally called me insane? Because Colin Wright, a couple times in the last couple months, Colin Wright has said about me, he said I'm a malignant narcissist. He said I'm crazy. He puts out on the internet that I'm crazy. Guess who is Christina Buttons' boyfriend? Guess who got Christina Buttons the job at the Manhattan Institute? Good thing Colin Wright mowed the grass. Colin Wright is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Colin Wright has been fucking Christina Buttons for years. Here's the question I have. Did Colin Wright know that Christina Buttons was a hardcore porn star? Or did Colin Wright literally find out that the woman he's been fucking for years, the woman that he got the job at the Manhattan Institute, did Colin Wright know she was a hardcore porn star before all this? And if he did, why is he getting her a job at the Manhattan Institute? Because that's a pretty big effing fuck up. And if he didn't know about this, then oh god damn, Colin Wright just found out the woman he's been fucking for years was a hardcore porn star on the internet. Really think about this. Colin Wright is fucked either way. So if Colin Wright ever wants to call me crazy again, you know what the response is going to be? At least I wasn't fucking a hardcore porn star, Colin. At least I never did porn. There is nothing that I have ever done in my life that even comes close to what Christina Buttons has done. I've never done porn. I've never done OnlyFans. The biggest thing they have on me is that I dated someone in college who ran credit cards for porn websites. That's the biggest, that I dated someone who did something that wasn't even porn directly. He ran credit cards. The biggest thing they have on me is a message with me in big tech where I said, hey, if you send me a dick pic, I'll send you a topless photo, when I knew he wasn't going to send me a dick pic, and so I knew I wasn't going to have to send it anyway. That's the biggest thing they have on me. They have no nudie pictures of me. They have nothing. They certainly have no movies of me. Christina Buttons is a hardcore porn star, though, and hid it from everyone for years and years and years, probably even hid it from her own boyfriend. Because if Colin Wright is fucked. Because if Colin Wright knew about her past, and he still got her a high-profile job at a high-profile conservative institute, oh man, did he fuck up bad. So I kind of want to know. Did Colin Wright know, or didn't he? And maybe, Colin, when you're calling people crazy, you should have started with the one in your own bedroom. And I mean, I gotta say, guys, it's not as though Christina Buttons was like, she was basically saying it the entire time. Christina Buttons has a timeline full of tweets. Can you guys imagine what would be said about me if I tweeted this? I've joked about liking dick on my show, and they clip it out of context saying, oh, Carolyn is such a whore. Can you imagine how this would be used against me forever if I had tweeted this? Here's the full exchange. This is at the beginning of 2023. I may lean right on some issues, but being a freak and a misfit is in my nature. My home will always be socially liberal. So you're a slut. Got it. What can I say? I just love dick. Yeah, most sluts do. We already looked at that. So there's been some reaction, or sometimes lack thereof, to the news that Christina Buttons is a hardcore porn star. Chris Rufo hasn't come out and said what he's doing about this yet. I mean, does Christina Buttons still have a job at the Manhattan Institute? Chris Rufo's kind of fucked on this one either way. Does she still have a job or doesn't she? Because the other thing too, Chris Rufo, when Chris Rufo was called out for hiring Christina Buttons, even though she's a self-professed liberal, Chris Rufo says, the reporting is what matters. Buttons has already connected Biden admin cash to the Venezuelan gang takeover in Aurora and helped break the story about the migrant crisis in, I don't know what that word is. All of these based right-wingers complaining could have done this, but didn't. Why? So Chris Rufo is on the record saying, really, I don't give a fuck about her past. I don't give a fuck. So what's he going to do? Because if it's really all about the reporting now, if that's really true, then the fact that Christina Buttons is all over the internet getting a load shot on her face shouldn't really matter for her to be working for a right-wing conservative outlet. The fact that we can, you know, doesn't this scream conservative investigative reporter to you guys, doesn't it? Carlin I'm always fucking right. Sometimes it takes more time than I want it to, but I'm always right. But there's been some other reactions too. It's disgusting. This person, by the way, this person actually used to be a fan of mine, and then they blocked me. Then get the fuck out. You don't have to be here. Again, guys, I'm going to be very, very, very clear. I'm going to be very clear. If you don't care about this, go watch something else. You do not have to be here. It's disgusting. It's so bad. I wonder if pharma is helping in this smear campaign. They're actually trying to rationalize this, saying, Christina Buttons is innocent, guys. This is a big pharma smear campaign. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? It's just a smear campaign? Oh, yeah? Let's look at Carrie Smith's reaction. Carrie Smith, the leader of the little gang stalking group that tried to make my life miserable for years. The person that had no problem being part of an organized gang to harass me, to try to get me to commit suicide. Let's see her reaction. Because Carrie had a reaction when it was found out that Corey DeAngelis had a past. Now listen, a couple months ago, I saw Corey DeAngelis' penis on my timeline. Corey DeAngelis is a very effective school choice activist, but I definitely saw Corey DeAngelis' penis on my timeline because he has a past as well. Now, the difference for me between Corey DeAngelis and Christina Buttons is that I've never actually had a bad experience with Corey DeAngelis. Corey DeAngelis has always been a really good guy to me. He's always been a genuine, like, upstanding guy. He's never fucked me over. He's never spread smear campaigns on me. I've learned a lot from Corey DeAngelis. So quite frankly, I'm applying a different standard to Corey DeAngelis because Corey DeAngelis wasn't calling other people a whore on the internet. Okay? Corey DeAngelis wasn't doing what Christina Buttons was doing by saying, you spent over a decade whoring yourself out all over the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some responsibility for your actions. This perpetual victim act is pathetic. So I have a different standard for Corey because he only did a couple of movies and they really only seemed to be him masturbating on camera. And then, you know, he got out of it. And I'm not going to judge people who have a past like that, but, you know, whatever. So Carrie Smith, who was one of the people that was gang stalking me for years, when she found out that Corey DeAngelis had a past, she said, "None of us are a victim of our own poor choices, including me and including you. You are not a victim here. You chose to keep your gay porn past in the closet while you became the face of a movement working to end the sexualization of children and the exposure of children to sexually inappropriate indoctrination. You did so knowing that if this came out, you could and would damage the credibility of the movement. You could have been honest up front about the mistakes of your old life, even without sharing specifics, and shown that you had a repentance and redemption experience, but you didn't. I didn't even notice an apology in here to the parents or the anti-woke movement who aligned with you unwittingly, just an effort to victim blame. Just an effort to claim victimhood. Redemption only ever follows repentance." That was Carrie Smith's reaction to Corey DeAngelis getting exposed for creating, being in a couple movies where he masturbated on camera. Let's look at Carrie Smith's reaction to Christina Buttons, shall we? It's funny. Carrie hasn't said anything about Christina Buttons. You want to know why? Because Carrie Smith and Christina Buttons are friends. And so Carrie's not going to come out and hold Christina Buttons to the same standard that she held Corey DeAngelis to. All she did after the news came out was retweet someone that says, "You know what? The only thing that matters is getting work done, guys. That's all that matters. That's all that matters." This is the type of bullshit that I cannot stand. You want to go in on someone and say, "You have a responsibility to all of us, and you are not a victim here, and you owe all of us an apology." Blah, 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 blah. She does that for Corey DeAngelis, probably because Corey DeAngelis at some point told her to fuck off. But when one of her friends gets caught with a list of dozens and dozens and dozens of hardcore porn titles, she goes, "You know what, guys? The only thing that really matters is the work." Okay. Let's see what James had to say. Let's see what James Lindsay had to say about all this. Because, guys, as a reminder, James Lindsay has literally James Lindsay literally spread a rumor about me for years that I wanted to fuck him because I made a joke. Because in private, I made a private joke saying, "Oh yeah, I would fuck James Lindsay. He has a giant sword." I made a joke that wasn't based in reality at all. And then later, when the person that I made the joke to got pissed off because I told him no when he didn't want to be told no, he took a screenshot of the joke and leaked it on the internet to make it look like I was oh so desperate to fuck James Lindsay, even though I never did anything even flirtatious towards James Lindsay, which you can know because you can go back and watch the video I did about a week and a half ago where I released every single DM that James Lindsay and I ever had for years, and there was no flirting, there was no sexual undertone, there were no fucking hearts, there were no fucking kissy faces. It was all work all the time. But no, James proceeded to spread a rumor about me for years that I was trying to fuck him. And then when a member of my community wrote a fan fiction based on the movie Midsummer, which is a horror movie about a Gnostic cult in Sweden that does ritual sacrifice. It's a horror movie. A member of my community wrote a fan fiction in which I whipped James Lindsay until he said whiteness means capitalism. And oh my God, I retweeted it on the internet, guys. I retweeted a fucking glorious fan fiction that was funny. And based on that, James spread a rumor about me that I was having violent sexual fantasies about him based on a fan fiction that I didn't even fucking write. Complains on the internet all the time. Carlin has violent sexual fantasies about me. She wants to fuck me. And that's considered to be disqualifying. That someone else who wasn't me wrote a fucking fan fiction in which James didn't like the content of it. So now let's see how James reacted to Christina Buttons being exposed as a hardcore porn star. Christina Buttons is one of the most effective people in the fight against transgender with our children, and a great person who, like many, woke up a lot in the past few years. This is the one that really got me. There are no good or Christian reasons to attack her, just malice and tribalism. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? You're telling me that Christina Buttons has a list a mile long of hardcore porn movies that she's done? There are no good or Christian reasons to attack her. This is just malice and tribalism. Guys. According to James Lindsay, the massive list of hardcore porn movies, completely and totally acceptable, guys. Completely and totally acceptable. But someone in Colin's community writes a fan fiction that James doesn't like, and Colin is disqualified from ever talking about the radical left again. This is what we're dealing with. This is the problem. And now I have people all over Twitter saying stuff like this. You're trying to be part of an online mob that is doxing people. I didn't dox anyone. You're telling me I doxed people? Bro. It's on the internet, bro. She doxed her fucking self. And you're trying to ruin their lives. This is very toxic behavior. You should be embarrassed, and you should remove these posts instead of trying to get praise for your toxic behavior. This guy's a PhD. Again, I was literally gang stalked and harassed every day of my life for years. For years. I had a group of people coming after me that were trying to get me to commit suicide. And nothing that I ever said, nothing that I ever did comes close to what Christina Buttons did. Nothing comes anywhere close. And so if these assholes think that they're going to gaslight me into shutting up about this, when, oh wait, I can just refer to Christina's own words. You spent over a decade whoring yourself out all over the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some responsibility for your actions. This perpetual victim act is pathetic. This is the standard that Christina Buttons set when she chose to go after a legitimate victim of human trafficking for internet clout. This is the standard that she set. I have absolutely no problem. After the amount of hell that I've been put through on the internet, I have absolutely no problem holding her to exactly the standard that she set. The Christian reason to call her out is because she threw the first stone by calling someone else a whore. So there is actually a lot of Christian reason. Well, James doesn't know that, though, because James, as we all know, isn't actually a Christian. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh yeah, this just says, conservatives when a group of people are openly harassing me with the specific goal of getting me to kill myself. We see nothing wrong with this and you're the problem. Conservatives when someone exposes Christina Buttons as a hardcore porn star. How dare you! And it's the double standard that pisses me off more than anything. I have killed myself over the last several years doing what I do. I have taught more people about what's going on the far left than Christina Buttons, than James Lindsay, than Chris Rufo, than Colin Wright, than any of these fucking people. And I've done it all while getting raked over the coals time and time and time and time and time again by people who claim to care about beating the left. And I'll be the first to say, if I hadn't been put through these rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds of hell, then I actually probably wouldn't care that Christina Buttons is a porn star. If Christina Buttons hadn't maliciously lied about me for years, I probably wouldn't actually care that Christina Buttons was a porn star. If Christina Buttons' boyfriend hadn't gone out of his way to call me a malignant narcissist on the internet, I probably wouldn't care that Christina Buttons is a porn star. However, don't fucking come at me for years and years and years. When I literally called you out years ago, I literally said years ago. You know my position on exposing bad actors, Christina. You just got added to the list. And you can have whatever fragile woke feelings you want about it. It means nothing to me. You're trash. You're so far beneath me I can barely hear you reeing from up here. That was on February 10th, 2023. I said this over a year and a half ago. The minute that Christina Buttons called Eliza Blue a whore was the minute that there was going to be no circumstance in which I was ever going to back down if something got exposed on Christina Buttons. And she did it based on her own actions. You spent over a decade whoring yourself out all over the internet. You have no one to blame but yourself. Take some personal responsibility from your actions. This perpetual victim act is pathetic. That's the standard that she set. You get what you get, man. But that's not even the only thing that we're going to talk about today, because we are going to be watching this theoretical communism video from James Lindsay today. I know I just made you guys watch James yesterday, but I need to, again, continue to work this out of my system, and we're going to debunk this video from James. But I just want to show you guys an update. I want to show you guys a couple other things that James has posted in the last day. Because let me take you guys back to yesterday. Remember, James Lindsay, that's up to Nick. That's not up to me. That's up to Nick. I've tried. That's up to Nick. Tell him. It's up to him. But I appreciate it though, Mike. I do appreciate it, but I have no control over what Nick Fuentes does, all right? So yesterday, we spent 3.5 hours listening to James's podcast that was his introduction to cultural Marxism. How do you guys think James reacted to that? Do you think that James listened to the intellectual critique we made of his work and then responded? Wait. Well, yeah, he posted it for supporters, though, but we're still going to go back and listen to number 1. No. James's podcast yesterday was pathetic. To think that James has literally been teaching people this stuff significantly longer than I have, and the 3+ hour podcast that he put out yesterday as his introduction to cultural Marxism, it was rambling, it was incoherent, it was inaccurate, it didn't teach anyone anything. I promise you, no one walked away from that podcast being able to actually have recall about what James taught them, because he didn't teach them anything. He just meandered from topic to topic, and he conflated a lot of things, and he got a lot of stuff wrong. And it was like so clear to us, like what a fraud he was. How do you guys think that James and his audience reacted to our intellectual critique of his work? Oh, him and Frank McCormick posted a picture of me. This is retweeted by James Lindsay. This is a picture of me from 2 years ago that they photoshopped to make me look even fatter. It's a picture for me of 2 years ago that they photoshopped. Frank McCormick posted this. When your kid asks where their Halloween candy went, and a photoshopped picture of me. James Lindsay retweeted it to his 500,000 followers. This is considered to be the classical liberal response to an intellectual critique of his work. But when Christina Buttons comes out as a hardcore porn star, James says, Christina Buttons is one of the most effective people in the fight against transgender with our children and has a great person like many who's woke up in a lot in the last few years. There are no good Christian reasons to attack her, just malice and tribalism, huh? What the fuck do you call this? I did a little reenactment of that photo last night. I gotta say, I actually have lost weight in the last couple of years. That photo was photoshopped to make it look worse than it was, but I was carrying more weight back then because I was on the receiving end of an endless fucking gang stalking harassment campaign. And guess what, guys? When you're on the receiving end of an endless fucking gang stalking harassment campaign, you tend to gain weight. But I would say I look much better now. My hair's better now. My skin's better now. Everything's better. But that's their reaction to the intellectual critique of their work from yesterday. As a reminder, folks, I've been intellectually critiquing James Lindsay's work for a year now. James has never responded to any of the intellectual critiques that I make. James Lindsay pretends to be a good classical liberal on the internet, and he never responds to any of the intellectual critiques I make of his work. He just goes, "She's fat," and then has his friends post a photoshopped fucking picture of me from 2 years ago. Everyone sees what I look like, right? Everyone sees what I look like. Am I fucking hiding anything? I'm on camera 6 days a fucking week. This is the only argument that they have. And this is why I will never stop going after him. I will never stop. Let me show you some of the other things he said in the last couple days. James said yesterday, I blocked the woke Wright accounts that aren't verified because I only make money off of the verified ones. James is flat out admitting that he's only doing this woke Wright scheme for money. James then posted today, by the way, my current policy is that if you want to clap back at me, that's fine, of course. But if your account is unverified and you do it, I'll block you. I will get paid to suffer your rudeness and idiocy. He is telling you he's doing this for money. James said yesterday, I'm still thinking about how scared I am to be canceled by the woke right after the election. Make no mistake from me, though, these evil bastards are 100% in cancel culture and are evil and hateful, and they're not on anyone's side but their own. They're demonic. That's funny, James. You want to talk about canceling, James? You want to talk about canceling, James? Because I'm old enough to remember back in June when James Lindsay literally struggle sessioned Not the Bee to remove a credit for my work. I'm old enough to remember when James was openly and brazenly engaging in a cancellation attempt against me. And this is all on my Substack. I documented all of it. Not the Bee responded to me. This article has been updated to link to Colin's video directly. Sorry it took a little bit to update this, but we appreciate you all bringing it to our attention. James, out of nowhere, responds, you got struggled by an abusive narcissist cult. Reach out. We'll talk. Advise removing the link. You don't owe the internet a finder's fee. And then he has the fucking gall. yesterday to tweet, I'm still thinking about how scared I am to be canceled by the woke right after the election. Make no mistake from me, though, these evil bastards are 100% in on cancel culture and are hateful and evil. They're not on anyone's side but their own. They're demonic. That's the ironclad law of James Lindsay projection, bro. James said yesterday. Someone said 100% of what you post about the woke right, and with all due respect, it's not catching on. James says, so I can get a vacation in time to set up a nonprofit and get a bunch of Jewish and other donors so I can do something even more effective. Sounds like a career opportunity. That was yesterday. And just to top it all off, anime is now considered to be part of the woke right. This is from this morning. Woke right tradcasts are into anime, as I've always suspected. So guys, if you like anime, congratulations. You are part of the woke right. So what we're going to be doing for the rest of our time here today is we're going to be listening to James's theories about theoretical communism. We're going to be seeing what's oh so great about the work of the infallible James Lindsay, who wants to tell everyone else how to live their life and wants to tell everyone else what ideas they're allowed to consider and what books they're allowed to read and who they're allowed to talk to on the internet and whether or not they're allowed to watch anime and who they're allowed to cite the work of. We're going to listen to his ideas about what communism are, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm sorry, I didn't expect to do back-to-back James videos. I really didn't. That was not the original plan, but he had that podcast yesterday. I had to do it. I had to. It was an obligation. But we're going to listen to this, and I'm going to drink some beer. Does anyone else want some beer? Let's talk about the beer. Because, listen, this is happy hour. And I do have beer. Because I think I deserve a beer. I think I deserve a beer. Does anyone else think I deserve a beer? Do you guys want a beer? We're going to need some beer for this. And what we're going to do is per happy hour tradition, I'm going to tell you about the 4 beers that I picked up at the craft beer store. And you guys are going to get to vote on which one I drink first. And it's going to be great. And I'm really excited about all of the selections for today's. I think it's going to be awesome. Now, the first one we have, I was assured by the guy at the beer store this was really good. It's called Jelly Fingers. It's an apple cinnamon beer. And it says a jelly donut sour with strawberry, raspberry, and cinnamon. That's our number 1 beer. Okay? Number 1 option. Second option, I'm pretty sure I've had this before, and I'm pretty sure it was good when I last had it. It's called Midnight Snack. And this is where is the description? There is a description somewhere. This is a stout with cheesecake, vanilla, cocoa nibs, and pumpkin spices. That's going to be Midnight Snack, okay? Our next beer, and let's see, where are these from? Where are these from? Where are you from? Does it say? This one doesn't say. This one is from New Haven, Connecticut. Our next one is going to be, I think this is a Manchester beer. I think this is a New Hampshire beer. Oh no, this is Barrel Souls. Barrel Souls, Saco, Maine. And this is called Quaker State. And this is a vanilla oatmeal stout. And it's called the Vanilla Quaker State. So it's a stout with vanilla. And our last one. Do you guys remember a couple weeks ago? When I had a beer accident in the car? And I was driving home and I had to slam on my brakes. And when I slammed on my brakes, the beer went flying onto the floor and one of them got a hole popped in it. Well, this is the one that got the hole popped in it, and I'm really excited. This is a Teddy beer. Teddy peanut butter, by the way, is awesome. And so I went and got another one. This is a collaboration with Night Shift Brewing, and this is a peanut butter stout. All right? So here are our 4 options, and I'll put the poll in the chat. We've got Jelly Fingers, the Jelly Donut Sour. We've got Midnight Snack, which is cheesecake and vanilla and cocoa nibs and pumpkin spices. We've got our Vanilla Quaker State Stout, a vanilla oatmeal stout. And we've got our peanut butter stout. So 4 amazing options. And as you guys are voting on that, I want to remind everyone, hey, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Now, I do have some new merch up in the Unwoke art store. I forgot to update the video intro to the stream, so if you saw my Halloween merch, sorry. The Halloween merch is gone. But guys, I am doing a special because next Saturday, I'm commencing on a road trip. And I think this road trip is going to be about a week. I don't know exactly when it's going to end yet, but I think it's going to be about a week. And so I'm doing a special in the Unwoke art store where between now and when my road trip is done, which should be about 2 weeks from now, maybe a little over 2 weeks, everything in the Unwoke art store is 15% off. Everything. You can get a yard sign. You can get some stickers. You can get some t-shirts. You can get some hoodies. You can get the road trip special t-shirts. I've got the Siggy shirt, and I've got a shirt for me that I just thought it was a cool design. You can get any of these awesome socialism designs. You can get the zine designs. You can get stickers. You can get bags. You can get glasses. Everything is 15% off as long as you spend over $100 or more. And this is going to be a great time to stock up for gifts, guys. I mean, come on. Holidays are going to be coming up. So if you go and buy a bunch of stuff, not only are you going to fund my road trip, but you're going to get a great sale. And everything is included. And there's a whole lot of stuff. And that's going to be the way it goes. Yeah, we're probably going to have to postpone Bitchcraft. I don't know when I'm coming back yet is the thing. So that's in the Unwoke art store. And that's a great way you can support the work I'm doing. All right. Let me get the video up. There we go. Let's see what's winning in the poll. Let's see. Guys, please make sure you mounted the like button for me. We've got the peanut butter stout. Okay. Last chance to vote. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peanut butter stout won. All right. Let me put the rest of these beers back in the cooler. Let's see. The wrapping paper will be coming back. Maybe I will launch it, and I might launch it before I leave for the road trip, Milo. That's actually a really good idea. No, the wrapping paper will definitely be coming back to the store. Don't worry about that. And if Trump wins, we're going to do some Trump designs too. I don't know what we're going to do if Kamala wins. But if Trump wins, Trump designs are definitely coming back in the store. Look at how beautiful. Oh my God. It's so beautiful. Oh my God. Look at it. So beautiful. Trendlin, I'm going to put up a penguin design, okay, before I leave. I just haven't gotten to it yet, but I'm going to do it before I leave. Relax, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh. All right, guys. That's got a hell of a head on it. Cheers, everyone. Oh, it smells like peanut butter. It smells so good. We got to let that settle, though. All right, guys. Is everyone ready for James Lindsay debunking? Is everyone ready? We can do this, guys. We can do this. We've trained for this. This is our moment. Let's see what James had to say about communism. The evolution of communism.
Well, that was more excitement than I expected. Thank you all. And thank you guys for coming. I'm very honored, very pleased, privileged to see all. I mean, I guess I'm not supposed to be privileged anymore. To see all of you here. I would love to just kind of warm you guys up and chat for a minute, but there's an old joke about math teachers, and I used to be a math teacher, and the math teacher walks into the class and says, "Hello, everybody, it's the first day. Welcome to class. We're already way behind." So seriously though, as I planned this lecture, this series of lectures, this workshop, I thought that I would be able to do this in 4 lectures. And what I realized as I started to plan it is, it turns out communism's had a lot going on for a while. These people don't sleep, they don't rest, they just keep going. And there is a ton of material. And I want to share as much of it with you as I can. So you're about to drink from a fire hose is what I'm telling you. I worked it out. I think to actually cover this material the way I wish I could for you, that we would need 9 lectures, not 4. So as a result, this is not going to be a basic level workshop. Some of the stuff that I've talked about in the past, I'm just going to kind of touch on, and you have homework. I'm not going to grade it, so that's up to you, whether or not you want to be effective at talking about these issues or understanding these issues. But I will point you in the right directions. And I do hope actually to make these notes that I have that I'm working from available. I certainly will release them when the videos come out of the workshop, but I'm thinking about making them available to you sooner in PDF format. I don't want to give you the preview though, so you can see where I'm going. I got to bring you through the twists and turns as we go naturally. So the goal of this workshop is actually going to be to give you a very different perspective of communism. This isn't going to be a standard university lecture about the history of communism. I'm not actually, surprisingly, communism might have killed 200 million people or more and ruined the lives of maybe 1 billion people or more in the last 150 years, mostly the last 100. And I'm not really going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk a lot about the hows. I'm not going to talk a lot about what specific programs they implemented. Here's, this campaign or that campaign and this purge or that purge. I want to talk to you about how the ideas evolved, what the ideas are, what they mean, what they really represent, which is basically a religion, and show you how they evolved over time to get us to where we are today.
Again, before we've even mentioned capitalism, we're going with its Gnosticism. Now, I want to be very, very clear to everyone. Every single time that James Lindsay calls communism a religion, he's not doing it from the perspective of these people build their entire lives and ideology around this. He's ignoring the fact that there are communists that absolutely are religious, like they're Christians or some of them are Buddhists. Not all of them are. There's certainly atheist communists as well, but to say that all communists are atheists is just flat out false. We've literally heard communists talking about religion. He's doing it to try to convince you that this is Gnosticism. That's why he's doing this. It's a religion, so it must be Gnostic. And what we're going to see in this, I think, is James bending over backwards and doing all these gymnastics and twists and turns to try to say, this is really Gnosticism. Guys, it's all bullshit. That is not hinged into reality with what real communists and socialists say. It is not hinged into reality with their real trainings. It is not hinged into reality with anything. This is because James is Gnostic obsessed, and he is trying to take everything he sees in the world and fit it into this framework. And if he gets evidence that does not fit into this framework, he ignores it entirely, and he pretends it doesn't exist. So everyone should be prepared for what we're about to walk into here.
So this is going to be, like I said, 4 lectures, not 9, and no surprises. And the first of these is Communism 1.0. That's what we're going to do today. This is a little housekeeping up front, big picture overview. That's theoretical communism. This is where Marx pretty much laid out what communism is. This is his theory of how the world works and what man's role in the world is. And like I said, I'm going to use some big words. We're not going to worry about unpacking these right now. We've got a lot of time ahead of us, but communism is, in a sense, a pseudo-materialist. So it's not really materialist, but it pretends to be about the material world, no spirits. But it's a religion, a utopian eschatological, that means end times religion.
No,
and its
wrong.
goal is actually, it's a transformative faith. It's meant to transform your soul and transform society.
There is nothing about communism that is meant to transform your soul. That is something that James has completely made up.
Intended endpoint as Marx believed it exists. The next lecture, which will be this evening, is Communism 2.0, which I'm going to call industrial or state communism. This is basically Soviet Union and, to a degree, Mao's CCP in China. This was communism that was to be achieved through the forced inversion of praxis. Again, fancy terms that we're going to unpack as we go, but they're going to force people to change into the new Soviet man, the new socialist man. They're going to force society to change. And so it has this kind of state church quality to it if we take seriously that it's a big religion.
We don't
Meanwhile,
take that
while that's
seriously.
developing in the East, meaning Russia primarily, but also China eventually, we had a trend of Marxism here in the West, in Europe, but also in America very significantly, and in Canada, that's broadly called Western Marxism. If we throw in South America and Central America and other parts of the colonized world, it's also called liberationism. They're not quite the same thing. Those are two tracks. Western Marxism and liberation. That's going to be the subject of the lecture tomorrow morning. That's going to be our critical theory lecture. But this is really communism starting out mostly as a social phenomenon and then actually becoming a very personal transformative faith, or a personal transforming religion for the people. And then the last lecture is really the point of organizing this entire workshop. I want to communicate to you what I'm calling communism 3.0, which is corporate communism, which is seeming to be an oxymoron. How in the world is it that the biggest corporations in the world,
No.
most of the Fortune 1000 companies in the world, are the ones perpetrating communism on us? When
This is where James starts to conflate the radical revolutionary socialists with the communists. And guys, if you've watched my content for any period of time, but maybe there are people who are new here, one of the things you've absolutely heard me say over and over and over again is the WEF are not the same as the radical revolutionary socialists. They're just not. They're really just not. And I know that might be new information to people who are just coming to this content, but the fact is, I'm not suggesting the WEF are not a problem. I mean, I'm not going to go back right now and tell you how to find her content. Just Google Christina Buttons. Like, it's really not that hard, bro. I'm not suggesting that the WEF is not a problem. I'm not suggesting that the Malthusians are not a problem. I'm not suggesting that I think that BlackRock is a problem. I'm not suggesting that I think that any of these things are a problem. Okay, I'm not saying that at all in any way. What I am saying is that they are a different problem than what we are dealing with the radical revolutionary socialists in America. And anyone who doesn't want to acknowledge that, I just don't know what to tell you, because like, if you don't know the problem that you're fighting, you can never defeat it. And James has completely conflated the two problems, okay? The WEF is a real problem. Things like BlackRock, they are real problems. Things like Klaus Schwab, the globalists, like all that is very, very, very real. But they are not the same problems as what we're talking about. Bro, do you want to pay me money? Okay? Here's what I'm going to do for you. You send me a $20 super chat right now, and I will stop my stream, which is now about a different topic, and we will stop the stream for you for up to 3 minutes. And we will show you how to Google Christina Buttons' work. But I'm not gonna fucking stop my stream to do your Google search without you paying me money. So I'll wait for your super chat. Thank you. Like, just like, it's completely rude, honestly. So does everyone understand that, though? Does everyone understand the point I was just making before I was rudely interrupted by someone who wanted me to do a Google search for them? Does everyone understand that point? They're both okay, so here's the last thing I'll say about it. Think of them as two different baseball teams. We just had the World Series, right? We just had the World Series, the Yankees versus the Dodgers. Both the Yankees and the Dodgers are baseball teams. Both the Yankees and the Dodgers want to win the World Series. The Yankees and the Dodgers are not the same team. So what did they do in the World Series? They fought. Think of the WEF as the Yankees. Think of the radical revolutionary socialists as the Dodgers. I'm not making a commentary on who's going to win. We don't know who's going to win. But they're two different teams that have the same goal, but they're not working together to achieve that goal. They're going to fight at some point. Does everyone understand that? The WEF wants to use government power. The far left wants to overthrow the government and revolution. Well, they're both globalists. They both want their own government that they control. But the reason that people need to understand this is that James conflates all of these issues all the time. Yeah, the Dodgers did win, but that doesn't mean anything in regards to the example. Does everyone understand? All right.
Marx obviously wasn't a big fan of big corporations. How can that be? Is it communist? Is it fascist? Well, we're going to sort out what's really going on there. But it's communism implemented through the so-called public-private partnership. It's not a public sector or a private sector phenomenon. There's a new single sector, a beast, that is the public-private sector with a hyphen. And I'm going to call that what Marx referred to as the riddle of history solved. And we'll talk about that tomorrow afternoon. And like I said, the point here is to talk about how the ideas of communism evolve through time. We're not...
No, this is not what I'm saying at all. This is not... Okay, I need everyone in the chat to repeat back to me what I just explained to you, because this is literally not what I said at all. That's not the point of what I just said. So now we're going to pause, and I'm going to make sure people fucking understand this, because now I don't believe you guys when you say you understand it. I want everyone in the chat to explain to me what I just explained to you. We're doing a test. What did I just explain to you regarding the radical revolutionary left and the WEF Malthusians? What did I just explain? We're going to wait here until people do this. I'll sit here and knit all day. I don't care. They're totally separate teams, and they will fight eventually. The WEF and the Radical Revolutionary Socialists will fight each other through that example. They don't like each other. James is putting them all into one monolithic entity when they're not the same. They're going to fight at some point, and we're just going to have to deal with whoever wins. You explained, not Revcoms. I did not say Revcoms. Revcoms are a very specific group. I said Radical Revolutionary Socialists. I choose my language very specifically. The Revcoms are a specific left-wing group that, quite frankly, do not have much clout and influence on the left. They're considered to be insane on the left. Never, ever, 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 ever use the term Revcoms. I've never used it. I don't know why you're using it. So that's not correct. The Radical Revolutionary Socialists and the WEF are two different groups that run simultaneously for the same award. They're two different teams. They're two teams. They're separate, same goals globally. They'll fight eventually. They're different groups. They're not the same. Okay, everyone does understand this. The Radical Socialists and WEF, Klaus Schwab, are two different groups. They have the same goal. They will eventually fight and control for the end. WEF are Malthusians. The WEF and the Socialists operate with some... It's not just that bot. Come on. All right. Thank you guys for doing that. I appreciate it.
I'm not going to talk a whole lot about too much of the specific historical implementation.
I'm starting to think that you're just trolling now, and that's not going to work out well for you if you're just trolling, because literally every single person has moved on from this except for you. So I'm still waiting for your $20 super chat. You can send me more money if you want to.
So if you're hoping for a detailed history of what happened in the Soviet Union, I recommend you go find a good book about that and read it. That's not what I'm here to do. I want to talk about the theoretical framework, but you've already probably picked up, since I've used the word a dozen or two times, that we're going to talk about this as a faith. This is going to be presented as a kind of religion, but we have to answer the question, which is the question of our time. And that question is, how in the world did communism get into the corporations? And so that's really my big picture
Communism isn't in the
structure.
Corporations. That's false.
The short answer to that is that it's all designed as a religion to seize the means of the production of man. It's not the means of production of steel. It's the means of production of man, our souls, so that they can take control of and direct literally the future evolution of man
Bro.
And I mean that word very literally.
Bro.
Back to, so we're going to evolve back to what we really are, which is our true socialist or communistic state, which will enable us to live in a utopia. In other words, the goal of communism is allow us to build and enter Eden on our own terms in outright defiance of God. And that's, I think, extremely consistent with the way that Marx laid.
I have people in my chat that have been watching socialism with me almost every day for 3 years. James says that the goal of socialism is to enter the Garden of Eden. You just got yourself a timeout, bro. Is to enter the Garden of Eden, subverting the will of God. Does that sound like it's something that's hinged into reality with any real socialist that we watch? Let's listen again.
Of communism is allow us to build and enter Eden on our own terms in outright defiance of God. And that's, I think, extremely consistent with the way that Marx laid things out.
And that's extremely consistent with the way that Marx laid things out. One in the chat if that sounds like what you hear when you listen to real socialists and real communists. 2 in the chat if you think that James is full of shit. I literally made that shirt to mock James. That was literally my shirt mocking James. Yeah, we think you're full of shit, James. It's not even academic gobbledygook. It's ridiculous gobbledygook. No one believes you, James. No one who listens to real communists hear them say anything like that, James. You're making this shit up, James.
So we have to understand communism at its operating system level, its root. You know, Kamala Harris says we're going to get to the root causes, which is a Marxist phrase. We're going to talk a lot. There are going to be a lot of Kamala references here.
Oh,
because
good.
Kamala Harris is a communist.
Bro!
And it's about time we have that conversation, and I want to thank...
1 in the chat if you agree with James that Kamala Harris is a communist. 2 in the chat if you think that James is full of shit. Because I can show you real communists and socialists denouncing Kamala Harris. I can show you real communists and socialists saying they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I can show you real communists and socialists protesting Kamala Harris. I mean, it's just like... Wrong. 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 No. Kamala Harris is not a communist. No. Real socialists and communists hate Kamala Harris. She's a progressive opportunist. That is not the same as a communist. And listen to how James's audience reacts like, yeah, ha 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 ha, she's a communist, ha ha ha. These people are completely misinformed about what is going on.
Madam Vice President, thank you for allowing America to finally have this conversation. It's way overdue.
Wow. Yes, James, stunning and brave. Stunning and brave, James. Stunning and brave. Lying to millions of people. Stunning and brave. Kamala is not a communist. She's a Democrat. She's too close to capitalism. Real communists and socialists don't claim her, James. Why is that? If Kamala Harris is really a communist, then why do real communists and socialists do literal presentations on the internet where they say they're not going to vote for her because she's a fucking capitalist? He is telling conservatives what they want to hear about Team Blue to make themselves feel good. Exactly. Exactly.
Another big word I'm going to just kind of throw at you for a moment is theosophical.
Oh my
That's a
fucking
confusing
God.
word in its historical uses. Sophist
Bro.
can mean either wisdom, or it can refer to the Greek people that were kind of confusing what they meant by telling people kind of mystified and paradoxical things.
Bro.
And the theosophical religion is this sort of, what you would call it is New Age. And what I want
Wrong.
to basically convince you of is that Marxism is a bunch of denominations of a New Age religion
Oh my
that actually
fucking
didn't start,
God.
sometime in the 60s with the hippies, but rather started far, far earlier. And in fact,
Marxism is a New Age religion? Because James isn't this ignorant. James is lying. This is what I've been telling you guys for a year. James isn't this fucking stupid. James is lying. He is lying to appeal to his audience's base tendencies of good versus evil, Christianity, Protestant Christianity, evangelical Christianity versus everyone else, the angel versus the devil, those evil New Age spiritual practitioners. Of course, James is calling it a religion. Now, I've been a student of the language of woo for about 20 years now. First of all, what James thinks of as New Age, it isn't new. It's older than the Christian Bible. But it's also not a fucking religion. I mean, like, oh my God, I could go on and on and on for days. This is so stupid. As a philosophy.
goes back to antiquity, but really took its current form probably in the early 19th century. So 250 years of a current
I'm gonna lose my voice
New
yelling.
Age belief that we've mistook for philosophy and social theory and economics. And that's why
not a New
we
Age
have
belief.
found ourselves going through these bloody, murderous revolutions
No.
and tyrannies. Because we've thought that it was about economics or social systems or politics,
fucking
and we didn't realize that what it's
believable.
actually after is your soul. It's after the human soul.
my-
To do this, we're going to spend a lot of time in the relevant texts. That's why these
this is
notes
not
are
about- this is not about-
exorbitantly long, and
This is not about economics or
we're going to read from them.
This is, God damn it, stop.
One point I want to make,
Stop.
though, is as far as talking about this in the
Why
nature
is
of
it
being
not
a religion,
pausing?
whether
Hang
it's
on.
theosophy
God fucking
or
damn
more
it.
specifically
God fucking
communism.
damn it. Pause.
There's a
Every time I hit
syncretistic,
pause,
that's another
it
big
stop-
word. The
starts again. What the fuck?
cafeteria Christianity is
No!
a saying for when
Pause!
Christians will just pick this doctrine and that doctrine, and well,
YouTube
I
is
got
just not listening to me now. There we go.
this from this church
no,
and I got that from
fuck
that.
you.
And it's not theologically
No!
grounded or sound.
I'm
They're
like
just gonna
clicking
pick
it to
and choose.
stop, and then
well,
it keeps
I'm a
starting
Christian because
again.
I believe ABC,
Hang
but I don't really
on.
believe that other stuff.
Okay, now it's just like, it's got a mind of its own now, apparently. All right, it's fucking stopped. Okay, we're going to go back. Sorry about that. I have no idea what just took over my browser. Again?
Because we've thought that it was about economics or social systems or
Communism is about economics and a social system. That is all that communism is about. Economics and a social cultural system. If you keep fucking complaining in my chat, the next fucking time I see you complain, you're going to be permanently banned. Do you understand me? The fact that James is really making so much fucking money doing workshops all over the country to try to convince people that communism is coming for your immortal soul. This should disgust everyone that takes this seriously. I know that there's not a huge number of people who take this seriously. I really understand that. But for the people who do take this seriously, this should fucking disgust everyone. Because every time that people like us try to go out there and teach people that this is about an economic and a social system, James swoops in and goes, no, 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 no. You don't understand. It's coming for your soul and the souls of your children, and it is a Gnostic religion. This should fucking disgust anyone who actually takes this problem seriously. And this is what the conservative right is lifting up and presenting at all their fucking conferences, because they want to make money off of the religious conservatives who just want this to be an angelic battle of good versus evil, and we are on the side of the angels and we are fighting the demons. That is what they're trying to do. Communism is an economic and a social system. It is both of those things. It is not a Gnostic, New Age fucking religion.
Politics, and we didn't realize that what it's actually after is your soul. It's after the human soul. To do this, we're going to spend a lot of time in the relevant texts. That's why these notes are exorbitantly long, and we're going to read from them. One point I want to make, though, is that as far as talking about this in the nature of being a religion, whether it's theosophy or more specifically communism, there's a syncretistic, that's another big word. The cafeteria Christianity is a saying for when Christians will just pick this doctrine and that doctrine, and well, I got this from this church and I got that from that. And it's not theologically grounded or sound. They just kind of pick and choose. Well, I'm a Christian because I believe ABC, but I don't really believe that other stuff. And that's syncretism in a sense. It's the mixing and matching of doctrines according to what you need. And this whole faith, the whole theosophical faith, is mix and match. It always has been. There's no doctrinal purity. There's no reason to have doctrinal purity. Certain cults or sects will have a great deal of doctrinal purity around their cult leader. But overall, they want to figure out how to transform to the next higher spiritual plane. And however you're going to do it, you're going to do it. It's a very pragmatic, in a sense, religion that way. Although pragmatic's a funny word because we usually think of pragmatic as...
By the way, again, as someone who literally practices a woo-woo spiritual belief, the idea that James is putting out there that this is about spiritually ascending to the next spiritual plane. No, it's not, James. Not in a single lifetime, James. That's not how that works, James. If you actually understood what you were talking about with the New Age spiritual stuff that you keep going on and on and on and on and on about, you would absolutely understand that this is not about a single lifetime being a spiritual evolution in which you ascend to the next spiritual plane. It's the combination of hundreds of fucking lifetimes that take place over thousands of fucking years. That is where the evolution takes place, James. It is never one single lifetime. So even the New Age stuff, and I hate calling it New Age, but I will just for the sake of consistency with this, even the New Age stuff that James is teaching people is wrong. And again, I've been studying this shit for 20 years.
Which works in reality, where this is that which works in their kind of fantasy land.
And by the way,
but it's very good at grabbing them.
I'm not trying to convince anyone to like a woo-woo spiritual philosophy. I don't care what your religion is. I really don't. I am not going to try to convince anyone to see the world the way I see it. It is not my business. I don't care. However, accuracy matters. And this is like if James was like spouting a whole bunch of bullshit about the Catholic Church, and then a real Catholic came in, just like he did with the Archangel Michael stuff. When James is like, Archangel Michael is literally Satan. And then a whole bunch of Catholics were like, James, we do the prayer to Archangel Michael, and it's just like a nice thing that we do, and you're distorting it. It's like if James was spewing bullshit about the Catholic Church, and then real Catholics came in and was like, that's not actually what we believe, bro. And then James just ignores the real Catholics and go, no, you don't understand. You're literally worshiping Satan. I'm doing the same thing with the woo-woo stuff because I've been studying this a long-ass time. I understand it. I don't know every aspect of it. I'm not an ascended master or anything, but I've got some game with this stuff. I know what it actually means. James doesn't know what it means. And so when I'm explaining it, I'm just trying to explain to you guys what the perspective actually is. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I don't care what you believe. Follow whatever religion suits you. It is literally none of my business.
Power and stealing them power. So what we end up with is not necessarily, I'm going to use words like Gnostic and Hermetic, and people are going to complain that I'm not being doctrinally pure to these, but that's not the point. What we have is a series of people who are creating social and political philosophies out of esoteric, mystical faiths, occult faiths, and they were taking as they needed to build what they call a systematic philosophy.
Woo isn't the occult, James.
They weren't trying to be doctrinally pure to some cult from the 1st century or before. And we have now a witch's brew of experiments, some of which succeeded in various ways and some of which failed and gratuitous ways, and they're picking from the good ideas and the bad ideas, and what has worked, they've kept and retooled to be more appropriate to the given context that we're in now, and that which has failed has been cut away and blamed on bourgeois values or some, wrong think or the wrong kind of people using it or whatever, and that it was never part of the pure doctrine in the first place, because obviously it didn't work, and if it was, it would have worked.
James literally would have been a judge in the witch trials
circularly
in Salem.
pragmatic.
True.
If that makes any sense to you.
Absolutely would be.
But the whole big theme of this is that this is the whole thing. We're not just talking about the evolution or evolution of communism. The faith itself is hell-bent on evolving humanity to its next level of existence, which is a perfectly social utopian experience. It's what they put in the Matrix and said that it didn't work because humans rejected it, which I think is a funny line. A lot of you know that I introduced this idea kind of a biological, taxonomical, evolutionary understanding of what Marxism is in this talk I gave in the EU about a year and a half ago in March of 23. And I said that we want to think of Marxism as a genus of ways of thinking, religions, thought, philosophies, whatever you want to use. I don't care which word we use here. And the critical race theory and queer theory and disability studies and fat studies and so on are all just kind of species within that broader genus. It's like I said, that we all know that cats, there's lots.
The goal of all the different types of critical theory is always and forever to abolish capitalism, and what they're doing is attacking capitalism from multiple different angles. That is the point.
Lots of kinds of cats. Tigers and house cats aren't the same thing, and lions. We can discern that they're different, but they're also all cats. And so these different types of Marxism that we deal with under the umbrella of woke today are actually all types of Marxism, and that was the point of that lecture. I encourage you all to go back and look at that to hear that. I'm not going to reproduce that argument actually here, and I'm going to talk surprisingly little about woke, as it turns out. What I do want to talk about, though, is what communism is right off the bat. And communism is actually the heaven of this religion, or like I said, the Eden. It's going back to Eden on our own terms. So it's the heaven of kind of this suite of religion or genus of religions. That means it's also the name of a cult religion that pursues getting into that heaven or back into that Eden, however you want to look at that. Marxism is a set of theologies that trace that particular faith. So I want you to think of the genus of Marxism as a set of ways of believing a broader faith. So we're going to kind of go a higher order up from genus to talk about what's really going on here. And so communism is its religion and its heaven, its goal. Revolutionary socialism is its method of trying to force itself into the world, and that's really what Marxism is. Marxism is a form of revolutionary socialism, and Marxism itself is actually going to be one set of theologies within that religion that has taken many different faces, like critical race theory is race Marxism, and queer theory is kind of sexual Marxism, and we could go on down the list. And the reason that
Queer theory is not sexual Marxism. Pop quiz for my chat. What is the goal of queer theory? This is one of the biggest fucking lies James tells people, and this particular lie is going to lead to people losing their children. What is the goal of queer theory? To abolish gender? Yup. For what purpose? To abolish gender. The goal of queer theory is to abolish the gender binary. For what purpose, guys? Abolish the gender binary, abolish the gender binary, abolish the gender binary, abolish the gender binary. Why? For the annihilation of capitalism. Queer is not sexual, it's to abolish gender and the nuclear family. Queer theory attacks the gender binary to annihilate capitalism. In order to abolish capitalism, it's an attack on the nuclear family. To attack capitalism, to abolish capitalism. Abolishing normativity across all social facets. Normativity is another code word for capitalism. Abolish the gender binary to liberate people from capitalism. Abolish gender and goes against the norm, which is capitalism. Anyone can be queer. To abolish the gender binary is a way to attack capitalism. To abolish the gender binary, to abolish capitalism, to abolish gender in order to get rid of capitalism, which is the product of capitalists. How it works is they believe that capitalism created the gender binary by putting men in the workplace, women in the home. Men had access to all the power and all the money. Women had access to none of the power and none of the money, and were responsible for doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. This is also called the patriarchy. This created a hierarchy where men were above women. They believe that capitalism creates all hierarchies. A hierarchy is when you have someone on top, they are the oppressor, someone on the bottom, they are the oppressed. The bourgeois versus the proletariat. The goal of Marxism, the goal of equity, is to flatten all hierarchies. In this case, if you abolish gender, you flatten the hierarchy. If you get rid of all gender, then you get rid of the gender binary, effectively. Non-binary, people who go by they, them pronouns, literally means no binary. The goal of abolishing the gender binary is an attack on the nuclear family, because the gender binary produced the nuclear family, which privatizes resources within a specific familiar group where people only have access to the resources based on the family they were born into. The left also believes that the nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism, because it is where the future proletarian workers are raised by the oppressed women with capitalist values that reproduces capitalism. This is something called social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory is something James never talks about. Social reproduction theory says social systems will literally reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. The goal of abolishing the gender binary, getting rid of gender entirely, creating gender equity where everyone is not non-binary, but that means everyone's on the same level, is an attack on the nuclear family, because they need to disrupt the nuclear family in order to abolish capitalism. Does everyone understand? No, they don't. That has nothing to do with that at all. This is not correct. This is not correct. They don't care about consumerism. They never talk about consumerism. They only talk about capitalism, which is explicitly defined as private property ownership. James wants people to believe that queer theory is about sexualizing people. That's why he calls it sexual Marxism. It's not about sexualizing people at all. It never has been. The goal of Drag Queen Story Hour is to teach children that gender is on a spectrum, that gender is fluid, that you can change gender as easily as changing an outfit. This is how they're going to abolish the gender binary. It's not about sexualizing children. That's a lie that James has perpetrated. I'm not suggesting that the sexualization of children doesn't happen. It does happen. But it's an extremely small number, and it's an overall exception to the rule. I'm not saying people shouldn't worry about it. They should worry about it. But it is not the point of what the goal is. No, capitalism created all hierarchies. The left believes capitalism created all hierarchies. The goal of all of this is to teach kids that gender is not real. This is why we have record numbers of kids identifying as non-binary, genderqueer, gender fluid, because they are teaching kids that gender is not a real thing. That is the goal of Drag Queen Story Hour. Anyone who believes that this is about sexualizing kids has probably been lied to by James Lindsay. And what that means is they are fighting the wrong fucking problem. Bro, I am not going to do a debrief of every single Socialism Saturday right now. It does make sense when you think like a communist. You are not thinking like a communist, and so my recommendation to you is that you sit back, you stop talking, and you start fucking listening. That's going to be my recommendation. No, not according to the left. The nuclear family was created by capitalism to privatize resources. Guys, debunking what the left believes is never going to solve the problem. It doesn't matter if what they believe is true. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is they believe it, and their behaviors are occurring because they believe it. Would you say communists also ignore? Yes, they do. Capitalism is defined by communists to mean private property ownership. Private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small. Your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. Your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. Communists do not care about crony capitalism. They do not care about corrupt capitalism. They do not care about corporate capitalism. They do not care about corporatization. They don't care about any of this stuff. Because capitalism is defined by them as private property ownership. They never talk about this. They don't write books about this. They don't do presentations about this. They do not care. This is why, guys, it is very, 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 very important. Sam, no, this isn't true. They never talk about this. Please. Please, guys, please, when you're teaching other people, please hinge into reality. We need to be precise. We need to be specific, and we need to be precise about what they're saying, what they are actually saying. We have not, to the best of my recollection, seen socialists talk about corporatism pretty much ever. So because socialists don't talk about it, we can't then say, no, they really do care about it. They don't care about it. If they cared about it, they would fucking talk about it. No. Stop calling them crazy. Stop calling them mentally ill. This is really this is like one of the most unhelpful things people can do. Because guess what, Jaxie? They're fucking winning. They're fucking winning, and they're winning by a lot, and it's not even close. And so when you say, well, this is just like talking to a crazy person, what you're saying is you are getting your fucking ass kicked by a crazy person. We are all getting our asses kicked by a crazy person. They're not crazy. They're not mentally ill. They're harder working than pretty much everyone on the fucking right. They're more goal-oriented than everyone on the right combined. They've been kicking our asses for almost a century. Are you really suggesting that we're all losing to crazy people? No. They see the world in a completely different way than you do, and they are not obligated to see the world the way you do. They have a completely different set of values. They have a completely different set of information sources. Calling them crazy is a great way to dismiss them. It's also a great way to let them fucking win. You will never, ever, ever, ever prove to them that they're wrong. It will never happen. First of all, they don't fucking care what you think. They don't give a fuck. They have all their experts. They have all their mentors. They have all their professors. They have all their books. They have all their organizers. Why the fuck would they care what you think? You're going to come in and be like, guys, did you know that the family existed before capitalism? They're going to laugh you out of the fucking room. The goal is never to prove them wrong because it is impossible to prove them wrong. The goal is to learn as much as we can. The goal is to learn how to explain what we know to other people in simple, concise, and precise language. And then the goal is to go out and teach as many people as possible what is going on. That is what our goal is. The goal is never to walk into a fucking cult and say, guys, did you know that everything this cult has taught you your entire life is wrong? They're going to laugh you out of the fucking building. So no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Does anyone have any other questions? Yep. The goal is to learn as much as we can about communists directly from them. The goal is to learn how to explain it simply, concisely, and precisely, and then inform as many people as possible. Does anyone have any questions? All right, let's listen to James lie again and say this is all about sex when it's not.
religion that has taken many different faces, like critical race theory is race Marxism, and queer theory is kind of sexual Marxism, and we could go on down the list. And the reason that we have to talk about it this way, which is a little bit confusing, using kind of a biological taxonomical model, is because communism doesn't work, but it keeps trying. Communists never go to sleep. They never stop. And
well, that's true enough. Well, this is exactly right. When you guys talk about trying to convince communists that they're wrong, trying to debunk communists, this is like going to a devout Catholic of 50 years and saying, "Did you know that God doesn't really exist?" And then you say, if the Catholics are like, "Nah, bro, God exists," you're going to call them crazy. This is exactly what people are doing with Marxism. It's like they're walking into a devout church and they're going up to the the front of the church. And they're saying, guys, did you know that God isn't real? And then they expect the church to go, wow, you're right, God isn't real. We never thought of that. And then if the church doesn't do that, they go, you guys are crazy. You think God is you guys think God is real, but God isn't real. This is literally the conversation that's going on every time people try to debunk them. You're walking into a cult. You're saying, guys, did you know that everything you believe is wrong? And they're going to go, who the fuck are you? And then you're going to go, you're crazy! What did you just accomplish? Nothing. I'm not trying to be mean when I tell you to stop this debunking bullshit. I'm trying to get you to see reality that it doesn't fucking matter.
They're utterly convinced that they alone are right and understand man, the world, life, the nature of the universe, and they're forcing what they're doing, but they keep hitting roadblocks in the form of 100 million people dying, or 50 million people dying, or 10 million people dying, or a quarter of your population being murdered in Cambodia. And they have to try to figure out how to do it again. So they have to mix and match different pieces and try to, whether it's soften this or open that or close that or force this. They have to change the dynamic to try to figure out how to get this right. But Marx was their theologian. Marx laid out the big religious vision, and you have a bunch of people ever since trying to figure out how to make it work. And they changed the doctrine accordingly, both in light of the failures and previous somewhat successes, but also in terms of the specific contexts like Western civilization versus peasant China that they find themselves trying to infiltrate. The goal of all of these theosophical religions, though, is the spiritual advancement of humanity into a social species, collectivism. That we have a true nature, that we're not actually individuals, that we were not made imago Dei, in the image of God, that we are, in fact, a social species that everybody lives for one another like a perfectly happy family would all live for one another, but that applied to the entire globe. And what they believe is that human beings are just not spiritually advanced enough to understand who we really are. And in fact, that we've been alienated from who we really are by the imposition of private property. That means if we're going to become a perfectly social being...
That was us. That was literally us. The only reason James is talking about private property is because we peer pressured his ass for months to make sure he actually talked about private property, because he was never talking about it before this. Now, what he's not going to tell people is that the definition of capitalism is private property ownership. He's not going to tell people that the root of all of this is the abolition of private property. He's not going to say any of that shit. But you know what? I'll take my victories where I can. The reason James mentioned private property at all is because we peer pressured his ass for months to get his shit together and actually inform people. What a fucking concept. What a fucking concept.
And I said one being, all of mankind is one being. That means that the goal is in fact to make humanity like one giant organism.
Not really,
and you're
James.
A cell in that organism, and our institutions are like organs in a giant single planetary organism. And of course the Marxists will be the central nervous system. They'll control everything. And so I'm going to read to you from a crackpot named Robert Mueller. He's not the Robert Mueller that was in the FBI that went after Donald Trump. That Robert Mueller, it's spelled differently. This is a guy that worked at the United Nations for his entire career, his entire life, institutional man, so to speak. 45 years or something he worked there. And he actually gave this crazy list of ideas, is what he called them, ideas for a better future, to the Secretary General of the UN in the late 1990s, in the lead up to the Millennium Assembly in 2000.
Oh, yeah?
That was supposed to guide the UN to its agenda for the 21st century, and not that they have small ambitions, not just the 21st century, but the entirety of the third millennium. And so these ideas are supposed to set the tone for the UN, and Robert Mueller turns out to be a perfect devotee of this crackpot.
By the way, radical revolutionary socialists in America fucking hate the UN. They've done presentations about this. So anytime James is talking about the UN, he's not actually talking about radical revolutionary socialists in America. He's talking about the WEF Malthusians, which again is not the same thing at all as the radical revolutionary socialists in America.
Religion of theosophy that Marxism is a kind of.
No,
and so here's
fuck's
what
sake.
Robert Mueller said
It's
in a couple of his
theosophy,
ideas that I've
guys.
hammered together here.
Promise, pinky swear.
The greatest obstacle to our further evolution is fundamentalism. My nation, right or wrong, my religion, right or wrong, my ideology, right or wrong, my culture or race, right or wrong. At a time when the whole human species is in the midst of transformation, of teaching and learning from each other in thousands of ways and communities, from the top of the world, the United Nations, the biggest teaching learning society on earth, see, they're the top of the world, guys, down to the family. Competition and survival of the fittest, as Darwin thought, can no longer be the rule of human society.
That would have been fucking tragic.
This phase of evolution had its role. The new evolutionary law is one of cooperation, of harmony achieved through learning and teaching from each other, and the birth of humanity as a meta-organism of evolution in which every human being is a cooperating unit or cell in a new global species, henceforth in charge of the future fate of our common home, the earth, and all life forms on it. So when James was saying, wow, they treat you like you're a single organism, that's crazy talk. No, really, that's exactly what they think, and there it was in their own words.
That's not on the left.
This is a fundamentally different view of life, humanity, reality, than almost any of you have ever probably held in your entire life, unless you at some point got involved in a New Age spiritual cult.
That's not New Age,
in which case you're
James.
probably eyeballs deep in the same.
That's not New Age. What James is mistaking as New Age is this idea of a collective consciousness, which is I'm you, you're me, we all come from the same place. But that's not reflective of the human fucking experience, James. That's a spiritual... James conflates this shit all the time. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. We are individual humans having an individual human experience that we chose before we came here. This is what generalized spiritualists believe. We don't believe, you know what, I'm really James Lindsay in this lifetime and James Lindsay's really me in this lifetime. No, that is a spiritual connection that is higher level than anything that happens in the human experience. In this lifetime, I'm Colin Borisenko. I have a very specific thing I'm supposed to do here. I have lessons I'm supposed to learn. I have experiences I'm supposed to have. He is James Lindsay. He has chosen to come to this earth to be a fucking retard and misinform millions of fucking people and learn whatever lessons he needs to learn from being a fucking retard, misinforming millions of fucking people about what's going on, eliciting whatever karma he's going to get from this. And I promise you, James, you got an epic amount of fucking karma coming your way. But he is having his individual experience. I'm having my individual experience. Yeah. Tell me you know nothing about New Age, woo-woo, without telling me you know nothing about New Age, bro.
Ideas. Very few people hold to this outside of this cult, but this cult is running the world. And this cult has set the agenda for the United Nations in this not just century, but millennium. And this, I'm going to try to convince you, is the exact same cult that Marx is an avatar of, or a theologian in. So spiritual awakening is what this is all about. We have to realize that we're really actually social, that we're cells within a broader single organism of humanity. And what Marxism represents is a theology and an evolving set of how-tos in order to try to make that happen. There are other ways. It could be the hippie commune, for example. It could be getting off into Jiddu Krishnamurti's theosophical cult, as it was in California. You could go hang out at Esalen and, you know, get some massages or probably something creepy. And I'm probably getting sued for that. You could probably join lots of different kinds of theosophical cults. Some of you might even have warm thoughts to theosophy or to mysticism or spiritualism as it is. It's an individual practice, and I'm not even going to throw shade on you for that. But when it becomes this collectivist process, I'm telling you, you're marching humanity into a blender.
New Age is not a collectivist process. And again, I hate the fucking term New Age. I really do. These beliefs are older than the Christian Bible. But like, first of all, this has nothing to do with theosophy, anything. That is another thing that James has conflated because he doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Secondly, what I believe is not about collectivism at all in any way. It is actually very specifically not about collectivism. But again, you don't understand that unless you actually, you know, I don't know, James, study what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe talk to people who actually practice it. Maybe take feedback from people who's like, James, I understand why you might think that, but that's because you're a fucking atheist talking about spiritual things that you don't fucking understand. How many people in the chat, I'm just curious, how many people in the chat consider themselves to be like students of Woo? You guys, if you are a student of Woo, you understand what I'm saying. How many of you guys consider yourself to be like, kind of like woo-woo spiritualists in the chat? If you don't worry about it. I'm not going to like shame you or anything. But like, how many of you guys actually like see yourself like that? I'm just curious. Other Jenny does. Your mother was a Wiccan. I'm not a Wiccan. I'm not a witch. I don't consider myself to be a pagan. And no shade on people who are. I don't really care. Foggy City Dave says he does. You're a pagan house. Raven's poetry. You see yourself as a student. Grace has some previous students. Suzanne, not a student, but aware. Texas Gal says she used to be. Sam has learned. He doesn't consider himself to be a student, but he's learned from like my community and stuff. Okay, so of the people who have some familiarity with these spiritual beliefs, does James know what the fuck he's talking about? SB's wife is a pagan. He's a generalized spiritualist, aka is a spiritualist. For everyone that actually understands this stuff, I'm not asking you if you don't. Does James know what he's talking about? When you hear James talk about what he calls New Age theosophy or Gnosticism, does he have any idea what he's talking about? No. 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 James does not know what he's talking about. Even a Buddhist would laugh at James's interpretation. James has no fucking idea what he's talking about. But you know what? He's able to convince Christians he knows what he's talking about, because Christians who have no exposure to this type of belief system, they don't know what they don't know, right? He has no idea what he's talking about. James is creating a Frankenstein's monster out of random concepts that he doesn't understand. He hasn't said anything that makes sense. And this is the thing, guys. This is another instance of James does not have a good understanding of the Western mystery tradition. No, he has no fucking understanding of the Western mystery tradition. Like, a lot of what I know was like in the tradition of the mystery schools. James has no fucking clue. No. Are you a generalized spiritualist? Because you didn't raise your hand when I asked. So don't fucking tell me if there's a collectivism. No, there isn't. It's actually extremely individualistic. We are all here for a specific individual purpose. We might make agreements with each other, but we are here for a specific individual purpose. My purpose is not your purpose. Your purpose is not my purpose. So no, it's not collectivist at all. Literally only people who don't understand this stuff think it's collectivist. It's not collectivist at all. It's the opposite. And this is part of the problem. Like, James could have actually gone. Listen, man, I tried to communicate with James for years. I've never hid that I'm like a woo-woo spiritualist. I've never hid that. James could have said to me at any point, Carlin, can you actually just explain this to me? And I would have explained it to him. If he didn't want to talk to me because he's convinced himself that I want to fuck him when I don't, he could have gone to any other New Age spiritualist to say, can you explain this to me? He could have gone and taken a Course in Miracles workshop to learn about A Course in Miracles. He could have gone to anyone to say, listen, I'm worried that what's going on with woke is kind of like reminiscent of what's going on with this woo-woo spiritual stuff. Can you help me understand what you actually believe? He could have fact-checked this at any single point, and he chose not to. Because he doesn't care that he's lying to millions of people about what these belief systems are, and he's basically conning a bunch of Christians who are trying to do the right thing. They're trying to do the right thing. It's not their fault. But he's appealing to Christians who don't know what they're talking about when it comes to different belief systems to say, trust me, bro, it's all Gnostic and it's all New Age and it's all a conspiracy. And this is what he makes millions of fucking dollars for. It's disgusting. It's disgusting on so many levels.
If you think that this is good for you, that's fine. Keep it to yourself. Enjoy your mountain. If you think this is good for humanity,
keep it to yourself.
Do it through your prayers and your meditations or whatever. Because
just keep your spiritual beliefs to yourself. Christians can do whatever they want, but guys, if you're gonna practice some woo-woo shit, just keep it to yourself, okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. If I want to talk about meditation, I'm going to fucking talk about meditation. If I want to talk about fucking tarot cards, I'm going to talk about tarot cards. If I want to talk about astrology, I'm going to talk about astrology. If I want to talk about angels and spirits and fucking ayahuasca and whatever the fuck I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about that, James. It's my fucking life. You don't fucking control me. You don't control what comes out of my mouth. And it is not your fucking place to tell anyone what they can and cannot talk about. That's so fucking insulting he said that. Listen, guys, I don't mind if you want to practice a woo-woo spiritual mission, but just keep it to yourself, okay? Just keep it to yourself. Go fuck yourself. You don't control the fucking internet, James.
this collectivist process, I'm telling you, you're marching humanity into a blunder. If you think that this is good for you, that's fine. Keep it to yourself. Enjoy your mountain. If you think this is good for humanity, do it through your prayers and your meditations or whatever, because if you try to force everybody to go along with it, you're going to kill billions of people.
No one's forcing anyone to do anything.
The Marxists are a living testament to what happens when this is tried to be implemented at scale. And I'm telling you, I just read to you from a trendsetter for the Millennium Assembly for the United Nations that this is actually what we're dealing with now. Marxism is what we're going to primarily focus on.
He's not talking about Marxism
but that's
at
just
all.
a set of denominations of this religion.
To do with
it's
Marxism.
A set of how-tos for this bigger picture human evolution to a single meta-organism where everybody lives for the species. Marx called our true essential nature a species being, a being that lives for the whole species, which is exactly what Robert Mueller was just expressing. So just remember that this is all going on in the background. In fact, if we were breaking this into 9 lectures or whatever, the first lecture would just be on these weirdos. And then you'd see that Marxism fits within this. In fact, Marxism, though, is the most potent, virulent, and violent, probably, of the denominations of this broad religion, unless fascists are more violent, which is plausible. I don't think they're more virulent, but they're more violent, I think, than communists are. That's a tough call. To be fair enough to all the awful murders that took place under the communist regimes, many of which were intentional, the majority of them were unintentional because their philosophy is idiotic. The most people in the communist regimes died of starvation and exposure and disease. They did not die of being shot in the back of the head for not getting along with it, which is sort of the opposite proportions that you see to fascism. So at any rate, it's a very violent and militant and virulent form of this aspirational Robert Mueller single organism evolve the humanity past competition into cooperation, religion that we're looking at. You ever heard the old saying, scratch a hippie, find a fascist? Well, here we are.
Wow.
We start with the hippie,
James,
and then we're going to talk about a lot of really bad guys.
Oh my God.
And like I said, all of this had to evolve in different contexts that gave it different flavors. But the goal has always been the same, which is to evolve the human soul into what it originally or actually already is. We're already divine, we just don't know it.
Yes, that's
And if we could be
true.
reminded of it, we've been driven to forget it. And if we could be reminded of it, then we would be able to.
We haven't been
have
driven to forget it, James. That's not what New Age spiritualists believe. They believe that we don't remember by design, because part of the point of having a human experience is to remember that you are a spiritual fucking being having a human experience and you're not disconnected from anything. The definition of hell that spiritualists have is believing that you are disconnected from God. We don't believe that you're ever disconnected from God. We believe we are always connected to God and that God loves us unconditionally no matter what we say, no matter what we do. So it's not that we have to be, it's not that it's just like, oh, we just forgot it for some reason. We purposefully came here to forget it so that we could have the human experience that leads us to that conclusion.
Or utopia or heaven. So their goal is to remake your soul.
No,
it's not to just go after it. Me and Charlie
Wrong.
Kirk very frequently have sat on stage together and said, the communism is after three things. And I've thought about this a lot ever since the first time we talked about it. It's after your family, it's after your faith, and it's after your property.
With love, go fuck yourself, James. With love. This is the new rule that we learned on Disenraged this past week. If you guys missed this episode, we learned that if you tell James to go fuck himself, but you say go fuck yourself with love, then that balances out the karmic debt. And so you can insult James, you can be angry at James, you can tell James to take a flying leap off a fucking cliff. But if you say it, which I mean figuratively, YouTube, I don't mean that literally, I would never say that. You can tell James that he should be banished into the woods of fucking Retardia. If you say it with love, it balances the karmic debt. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate you.
Only reason it's after your family, your faith, and your property is not just because it hates those. In fact, we'll hear from Marx that's not enough. It's because it's actually after who you are. Which, if you want to call that your soul, that's fine. I'm going to.
It is not after who
you are. It's after you. Meaning the essence of who you actually are. What constitutes your actual being. What makes you human. And it wants to convince you of a different definition of what it means to be human, which, P.S., their definition of being human is being communist. What a big surprise. It's like being a cell in a gigantic meta-organism of Earth. So your family, your faith, and your property are three things that are defining and guarding your soul from collectivist incursion. If you have property, you can basically, they call it FU money sometimes. You can tell people to just go pound sand, as they say. Your family and your faith help you understand who you are and to have a landing pad when things get rocky to remind you of who you are. So they protect your soul from these things. And of course, Marx hated that. But the goal of Marxism is not some particular political or economic theory. It is the transformation of the human soul to transform society into a single meta-organism that works for itself as a collective. And when that works, you get to go to heaven, which is called communism. You probably heard the joke that communism only works in two places, heaven where they don't need it and hell where they already have it. Well, the reason we're talking about the evolution of Marxism here is because the goal here isn't to implement some rigid theory propounded, say, by Lenin. Like, the goal.
We're 25 minutes into this. We still have an hour left, and this is the stupidest thing I've ever listened to in my fucking life. What blows my mind is how people listen to him like he's an expert. He has zero credentials. Zero. I mean, it's not like you can go and get a fucking PhD in how to analyze socialism. But I'm an organizational psychologist. My literal expertise is in analyzing and interpreting qualitative data around social systems. That is what my literal doctoral training is in. So it might not be an exact translation, but it's about as close as you're going to get. James is a math PhD who became a massage therapist who then decided to argue with people on the internet and turn that into a career. Pinky swear, trust me, bro, guys, it's all Gnosticism. No primary sources. No receipts.
The goal is to make this transformation happen, whatever it takes to get us there, and everywhere in the entire world. And It's not about a particular theory. So the theory is fungible. You can change it out. You can come up with a totally new thing. And so people will say, well, that's not Marxist because Marx was very clear on this. And then they'll write pages and pages and pages about how what Marx really meant was actually this. And everybody just implemented it wrong. And now you've got a whole new thing. And this is the typical means of how they lie to continue to chase their goal.
Bro.
Because Marxism wants to take over the world to make us into a single species being.
Oh my God.
Is said. In other words, people that will pay Karl Marx's bills so he can write theory all day and screw off. That's literally what the motivation was. Like I said, my talk in the EU, I said you should think of Marxism, therefore, as a genus within this broader religion. If you use economics as the dividing line for humanity, you get classical Marxism. If you use race as the dividing line, the stratification line, you get critical race theory or race Marxism. If you use sexuality and gender, you get queer theory. If you use sex, you get radical feminism. If you use ethnicity and national origin, you get post-colonialism. If you use knowledge, you get critical pedagogy. If you use meaning making, you get postmodernism. And if you use anything else, ability status, fat status, whatever, you name it, we can make up a new Marxist theory tomorrow. We just have to pick a way to stratify the room. Who's ever been to an amusement park? It could be anything. But the conflict across a line of division in a population always works the same way. And the techniques to stoke a revolutionary sentiment across that line also always work the same way. So what's the gist of this religion then, without going into another Robert Mueller blinding thing? I already told you we're going to do this a lot. It's Kamala Harris.
Oh my fucking God!
It is being able to see what can be.
James, if Kamala Harris is a communist, then why, James? Why are actual socialists and actual communists spending all their time protesting Kamala Harris? Why do you think that might be, James? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that actual socialists and actual communists were protesting Kamala Harris just the other day at her rally in Washington, D.C.? Why do you think that was happening, James? Why do you think that was happening? Why do you think that actual socialists and actual communists were protesting Kamala Harris at the DNC? Why do we think that was happening, James? Why do we think that was happening? Why do we think that actual socialists and actual communists do presentation after presentation after presentation about how they're absolutely not going to vote for Kamala Harris because they do not consider Kamala Harris to be a good representative of their values? Why do you think that any of this is happening, James? If actual socialists and actual communists are telling you flat out, in no uncertain terms, Kamala Harris is not a communist, you think at some point you would take the fucking hint and start to wrap your head around the fact that if actual socialists and actual communists are telling you that Kamala Harris can take a flying fucking leap, then maybe, just because Kamala Harris said one sentence one time that you don't fucking like, maybe that might be an indicator that she's not actually a fucking communist. But no, James Lindsay knows better than actual socialists and communists. This is from the Revolutionary Communists of America today. Harris is promising half measures which will not solve the housing crisis. What they will do is enrich people, the same capitalists who drove up housing costs in the first place. every single communist group, with the exception, the slight exception of the Communist Party USA, has come out against Kamala Harris. And why I say the slight exception of the Communist Party USA, it was really just the leadership, and then the Communist Party USA purged all their members that didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. So they kicked them out of the party. But the Communist Party USA is largely irrelevant on the left. They don't even do anything. No one respects them. They just purged all their members because the members didn't want to support Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris. There is not one single organized communist group in the United States today that supports Kamala Harris. How does James integrate this knowledge into what he's saying? The answer is he doesn't. James just ignores all of this because what James does is cherry pick fucking evidence that he likes to prop up a political fucking narrative. I'm so floored at this presentation. I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't know it was going to be this bad.
Unburdened by what has been. I could actually make this 10 lectures instead of 9 by doing an entire lecture just on the examples that I'm aware of off the top of my head from Marxist literature of where Kamala Harris's most famous utterance turns out to show up in, slightly different, less Valley girl speak. So here's, for example, Karl Marx from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, which he wrote in 1852. Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. See, they're burdened by what has been.
Oh my God.
And just as they seem to be occupied with revolutionizing themselves and things, creating something that did not exist before, precisely in such epochs of revolutionary crisis, they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past.
This is something I've been thinking about over the past 2 days. I need to do a better job. Here's what I need to do. I need to do a better job of what I need to do is take my How to Speak Socialist course. And after the election, I'm going to run more of the How to Speak Socialist things. And what I'm going to try to do, and I wanted to do this earlier this year, I just didn't get to it. After I finish my book, I'm going to get the How to Speak Socialist course online in really short lessons. Because James needs 10 fucking lectures to get this across. I can do this in a couple hours. Using video clips from real socialists. You don't have to trust me. You can listen to the socialists.
To their service, borrowing from them names, battle slogans, and costumes in order to present this new scene in world history in time-honored disguise and borrowed language. So he says, well, people are going to make history, so they call upon the past, but his point is obviously if they call upon the past, they're going to remake the past, right? He says the awakening of the dead in those revolutions serve the purpose of glorifying the new struggles, not of parodying the old, of magnifying the given task in the imagination, not recoiling from its solution in reality, of finding once more the spirit of revolution, not making its ghosts walk again. And then he has a little bit of jibber-jabber, and however, the social revolution of the 19th century cannot take its poetry from the past, but only from the future. So he's going to give us the politics of our future past or past future or something like that. That was a knife in somebody's ribs. It cannot begin with itself before it has stripped away all superstition about the past. It has to unburden from what has been, but it has to also be able to see what can be, which is in the future, not in the past, right? The social revolution of the 19th century cannot take...
James keeps adding lines into this. He's not reading these quotes directly. He keeps adding in lines saying it has to be unburdened from what has been. That's not actually what's written there, though. He's making it seem like it's a quote when it's not.
It's poetry from the past, but only from the future, able to see what can be. It cannot begin with itself before it has stripped away all superstition about the past, unburdened by what has been. The former revolutions
It doesn't say that.
Required recollections of past world history in order to smother their own content. The revolution of the 19th century, that's the communist, by the way, is what he's talking about there, in code. They don't want you to know all the time what they're talking about. Must let the dead bury their dead in order to arrive at its own content. There, the phrase went beyond the content. Here, the content goes beyond the phrase. So we have to be able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
It doesn't
It's literally
say that.
the heartbeat of this religion. Whether it's the theosophical, silly version of it, or whether it's Marianne Williamson would be a politician that does that, or if it's this deadly serious Marxist version that Kamala Harris is jibber-jabbering about every time she gets on stage.
Except
they
you
want
added
to tell,
in words that
tell the
weren't
story
there,
of history
James.
from its end point, which they believe that they know. Imagine believing that you know how all of history is supposed to work out and how everybody is supposed to be by the end of history, and that you're going to make sure that they get there.
Yeah.
You're going to be the shepherd.
People paid hundreds of dollars to go to James's workshop. I know, because I went to the first workshop James ever did. People pay hundreds of dollars just to attend the workshop. They have to pay travel expenses if they're flying in for it. They have to pay for hotels and stuff if they don't live locally in the area. Can everyone who has learned more than from me than they've learned from James, can you guys all just like super chat me a couple $100 right now? Okay, I'm kidding, but not really if you want to. But I'm kidding, but not really if you want to. But like seriously though, people are paying hundreds of dollars to go sit in this workshop to be lied to by him. I need to start doing my own workshops, man. I charged the last workshop I did. I said, yo, if you want to donate like $10 to go to this workshop, maybe like that's fine, bro. But if you don't want to donate money, that's cool too. You can come for free. I need to start charging hundreds of dollars for a workshop when I'm actually telling the truth and providing primary source video evidence. If James can do it to lie to people and make up superstition and nonsense, I have to believe there's a market for the truth out there. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Of taking them to the history that they were supposed to have, that they're too stupid and too selfish and too morally deficient and too crazy to be able to achieve for themselves. But all we're seeing again and again here is being able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. You see, Kamala Harris had to get it ready for the 17-year-old on TikTok crowd.
Wow.
But it's the same exact sentiment. And these are the articulations I hope you already are starting to feel of a religion that is weirdly familiar, but also mostly strange to us in the West. We've kind of not looked at it.
Only if you
we pretend it's just silly, spiritual people. We don't realize that it's deadly serious and that Marx put forth the most vicious and violent articulation of that religion in the attempt to force it to come into being that's ever been. And it's cost,
trust me, bro.
like I said, damages to billions of lives and at least 100 million deaths that were completely unnecessary, usually in very ugly ways. But this religion has such peculiar views that it's almost impossible to believe that anybody believes it. There are lots of names for different aspects of this religion or for this religion overall, or we could attach to it. None of them are adequate. All of them will get some dork on the internet saying we're wrong. It doesn't really matter. Gnosticism, Hermeticism, occult mysticism. I got yelled at for just calling it mysticism because the Christian mystics were like, hey. This isn't whiskey, but.
Yeah, Jennifer says, kiss my witch ass, James. With love. With love. It's all with love. James has a traumatic brain injury. He knows not what he does. Bless his heart with love. Bless his heart with love.
Esotericism is another way you could call it. Theosophy, New Age, New Thought is actually a very specific designation.
Oh my God,
you
that's
think
Lisa
you haven't heard of New Thought
That's
maybe
Lisa Logan.
as a big religious movement? It sounds like that's too stupid to be a religion.
It's not a big religious movement.
It's what Oprah Winfrey put on TV for 35 years.
No, she didn't.
She
Literally
mainlined it
wrong.
into our culture so that we would be
So you guys remember those videos we watched from Lisa Logan that were unhinged and insane? That was what James was talking about. the Lisa Logan videos that were unhinged and insane. Yo, Kev! 50 Australian. Thank you, Kev. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very generous. I appreciate it. Guys, there's no such thing as like a new thought religion. This is something that James literally made up. James has just advanced the Oprah, New World Order, WEF, UN, Gnostic sex cult conspiracy theory, in which James says that Oprah delivered queer theory to the masses via her book club in the 80s. That's what he's talking about right now.
Soft to it. There are lots of reasons, like I said, to quibble with any and all of these terms. We're not getting into that. The Hydra has many heads. Who cares what we call it? It's this awful religion. I'm going to use the word theosophy, and people can get mad about it on the internet. And we were going to move forward while they're angry and spinning their wheels.
The reason people get mad about it, James, is you're telling people that some people practice spiritual beliefs that they don't practice. James has literally called me a theosophist on more than one occasion. James has told people that I worship at the altar of fucking Archangel Michael. None of this is real, guys. None of this is real.
What we heard from Robert Mueller, and I could give you a lot more, not just from Robert Mueller, is that the United Nations is unambiguously tethered to and based upon this occult faith. And that Marxism is a set of denominational branches of the same occult faith. So what kind of traits does this religion have? It's transformative in nature. What's the favorite word? If you take nothing else from this workshop, which I hope you take at least one other thing, but if you take nothing else, when you see the word transform, you should, if you're not reading directly in a Christian context, you probably should get very uncomfortable. That's a religious word. That is a religious word. They're going to transform the school. They're going to transform society. They're going to transform America. Was it that Obama said we're going to have a fundamental transformation of America? It is these religions are transformative in nature. They follow the logic of the circle, which I've already primed you to believe. So when you have a circle plus transformational, so you're going to progress by transforming around a...
James literally just said that he primed his audience to believe something. Did you guys hear that? James literally just said, guys, I've just primed you to believe this. Listen again. This is the great part about watching his speeches, because he doesn't script his speeches. And so sometimes James says the quiet part out loud. Listen to what he just said.
Follow the logic of the circle, which I've already primed you to believe.
Which I've already primed you to believe. James, why are you priming people to believe anything? Why are you priming people to believe anything, James? Can't you just present primary source receipts and then let people decide for themselves? Why are you priming people to believe anything? It's a really odd choice of words, James. You might call me a cult leader because my show is literally called The Cult. But I have never once said I've primed my audience to believe something, because all I do is show primary source evidence and I let my audience decide whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. Primed you to believe. Now, those are the words of an actual cult leader, James. Isn't that interesting? And he calls me a cult leader. Well, I am a cult leader. I am the fascist dictator of my own cult. But even in my cult, people can leave whenever they want. They can believe whatever they want. I'm really a horrible cult leader at the end of the day, because I actually don't care what other people believe. But I've never primed people to believe anything. Yeah, so James is following the Scientology plan for world domination. That's just great, James. That's really, it's good you admitted that. It's good.
So when you have a circle plus transformational, so you're going to progress by transforming around a circle, which means you're going to end up transforming back to where you began. But it turns out that they don't believe in going in circles. That's what stupid people would do. They are smarter than that. You transform in a spiral. So when you come back around, you're at the same place where you began, but on a higher level.
What the
For example,
fuck?
Marx looked at the history of people and he said everybody started in tribes where everybody shared everything. So they were communist, but we want global communism. So it's the same thing, but on a higher level. So by the time you get around the circle, you have elevated yourself spiritually to a new level, and you're above the same place that you
Jennifer is a high witch, and she doesn't understand what the fuck James is talking about.
were before, and then you can do it again. So it has a spiraling dynamic based on this circular logic. So you're always going to come back to your origin point, but you're going to do it better this time. Hegel phrased it something like that the circle presupposes its end as its own beginning, or something like that. I didn't put that quote in here. That's in another workshop I already did on Hegel, and you can go look that up. They're obsessed with this spiral dynamic logic of the circle. So if you see transformative,
we have watched literally thousands of hours of socialism on my channel over the past 3 years. Literally thousands. Has anyone on my channel ever heard socialists obsess about a spiral and a circle? Has that ever been a topic of conversation in literally any socialist or communist presentation that we've watched over the course of the last 3+ years, where they're literally obsessing about the spiral and the circle?
they're obsessed with this spiral dynamic logic of the circle. So
They're obsessed with this spiral dynamic logic of the circle. No, James. No. No. No, we've never heard that, James. You're literally making... Socialists don't talk about the spiral dynamic of the fucking circle. Is James thinking about... Is James thinking about the golden ratio? Is James thinking about the golden ratio? We've never heard that, James, but I know what the golden ratio is. James is thinking about the golden fucking ratio? The golden ratio is... Oh, shit. Let me see if I can find an easy one. The golden ratio. Let me show you what the golden ratio is. The golden ratio is a spiral that shows up in nature over and over and over and over and over again. It shows up in everything. The golden ratio, also known as the golden number, golden proportion, or the divine proportion, is a ratio between two numbers that equals approximately 1.618, usually written in Greek. So essentially, this is something that just shows up in nature over and over and over again, is this ratio. It shows up in seashells, it shows up on the human face, it shows up in like art and stuff like that. Like in acorns and like everything, this fucking golden ratio shows up, and so they call it the divine ratio. It shows up in sacred geometry. James is thinking about the fucking golden... Yes, it's the Fibonacci sequence. Exactly. This is a Fibonacci sequence. James is... James, I've never heard a socialist reference the Fibonacci sequence before. Yeah. Open challenge to conservative QAnon moms. Show us actual videos of commies quoting Da Vinci. The Da Vinci. Yes, the Da Vinci Code. James is talking about something from the Da Vinci Code. Oh shit. Oh my fucking God. What the fuck is the dialectical spiral though? What is the dialectical spiral? We've never heard socialists talk about that either. I'm going to go with James is talking about the Fibonacci sequence because that's just the most amusing thing to me. And quite frankly, since James doesn't care about the truth at all, I'm going to go with just James's standard that he's set for things, which if James doesn't care about the truth at all, we don't have to care about the truth. We probably should be more responsible than James is. So what is the dialectical spiral, Misakan? Explain. What is the dialectical spiral? Because he hasn't said dialectical, he said a spiral dynamic logic of the circle. Okay, but what is it? Okay, maybe he'll explain. Let's listen.
If you see transformative things that work on moving in a circle or coming back to who we really are, you're probably dealing with this faith.
Because he's talking about it in reference to Gnosticism, and I'll tell you, it is true that the golden ratio does come up in terms of spirituality because it has to do with sacred geometry. You see sacred geometry when you're meditating. Well, some people do. So the golden ratio is actually something that comes up in spirituality. And since he's referencing it in terms of like, ooh, this woo-woo spiritual belief that people believe, I really do think he's talking about the golden ratio. Because he's saying it specifically in reference to what those weird Gnosticists believe. But maybe he'll tell us, I don't know.
Because it's transformative and moving in a spiral, it's also evolutionary. They believe that evolution happens in kind of leaps.
That's
you
not
progress
dialectic.
and progress and progress. You have a clump of cells. The clump of cells forms a colony. The colony ends up with a biofilm around it for whatever reason. The cells within the biofilm are no longer operating independently, so they start to specialize and then pop.
All right, I need to pee. I need to use the little socialist room. So I'm going to leave you guys here to watch James. Please let me know if he says something unhinged or crazy. I'll be right back, all right?
A new multicellular organism after a quantum leap. You've come around the circle to a new place that's higher up. So it's evolutionary. What they are concerned with is not really the evolution of bacteria, but they think it is a universal law of how everything works. You'll hear them use the word evolution a lot. Listen to Deepak Chopra. He's a new thought leader. You should listen to how they talk. But it's really interested in the evolution of man, the evolution of society, the evolution of nature, the evolution particularly of consciousness. And the evolution is teleological. In other words, it's purposed. In other words, it's to a directed end point that they believe that they know, but you don't, and that's why you can't have any power, and they get all of it, which means it's a cult. What they see you as is imprisoned in the current stage of the world. But you see, you're fat, dumb, and happy in your prison, and they know they're in prison, which makes them miserable. So they are pushed by this oppression of being imprisoned in the world to break free of the world and to drag you kicking and screaming for your own good with them. This is therefore loaded, as we heard from Robert Mueller, with crackpot evolutionary beliefs that are...
All right, I'm back. He's not saying anything about dialect, guys. He was talking about, listen, you guys aren't listening to the context. James has said 0 things about dialectic. He has instead said these Gnosticists are obsessed with a golden spiral ratio. That's the golden ratio. He has said nothing that leads me to believe he's talking about some sort of dialectical process. So I don't think you're right. Did he mention Deepak Chopra? Of course he did, because he's listening to Lisa Logan.
Against competition. I don't know what kind of a mixed crowd I have here, but competition seems to be the fundamental law of how evolutionary processes work. Nope, we're going to transcend that now, back around to where we began, but on a higher level. We're now going to start a new phase of evolution based on cooperation. In other words, it's going to be collectivist, and that means if you don't participate, there's something wrong with you. And there are, like I said, these quantum leaps in consciousness, and in particular in social spirit.
Rottweiler says, oh my fucking god, Da Vinci Code and the Matrix did a lot of collective brain damage to people who ended up taking themselves too seriously. James has literally quoted the Matrix. And basically the Da Vinci Code, if he's honest. All right, I need more beer. I know we're going long tonight, guys, because we're really picking this apart. We've already been going for 3 hours, but like, for real, James can go fuck himself in every possible orifice with love. James can go fuck himself in every possible orifice with love. We're looking at the jelly fingers right now. This is the jelly donut sour, apple cinnamon, raspberry, all that good stuff. Let's see how this is. Probably gonna be nice and red. If you're drinking something, let us know. Oh, look at that. Pretty, pretty, pretty beer. Look how pretty that is. I love a good pretty beer myself. Cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Oh, it smells like jelly. It smells like it. Oh my God. That's good. This is from Heavy Real Brewing. It's called Jelly Finger. I absolutely recommend it. It's really good. I don't know where they're brewed from because they don't have it on the can, but it's really effing good. You're on G&T number 2, other Jenny? Man. Well, there's a beer for everyone, Kev. There's beers for everyone. And so you just gotta drink a lot of beer until you find the ones you like.
They are, in this religion, big fans of imagination over reality. What you can imagine is actually more real than what is actually real, which creates emotionally a tremendous dissatisfaction with the world, a dissatisfaction with the self that might lead you to undergo life-altering surgeries as a teenager that you're never going to get back from.
Oh my fucking God.
Because you're fundamentally dissatisfied. The world is simply not as cool.
James says that visualization and manifestation is going to lead you to having trans surgery.
As the world you can build out in Minecraft or in your imagination. So they're obsessed with reality, which is to say they're actually obsessed with the subjective over the objective. They're also obsessed with the frivolous over the practical. In other words, they're bad at producing value and they want to be given value. So they want to pretend that their imaginative activities are equally or more valuable than things that actually solve problems for people, like getting food on their table.
What problems are you solving for people, James?
This is all meaning it's dialectical, but we'll not dwell too much on that word yet.
Oh, there's the dialectical stuff.
This faith is characterized by using lots of decisive binaries, like polarity or like gender, male and female, that have to be overcome. Decisive binaries have to be overcome.
Finally!
We have to eliminate the distinctions because the distinctions we perceive in the world are actually a state of our fallenness. They're not real. Men and women are not different. There was a saying back in China during the revolution. I've seen posters still painted on buildings in Beijing with my own eyes that read in Chinese characters, of course, man, woman, boy, girl, we are all the same. And so we're going to overcome distinctions. We're going to use these dynamic dyads and triads to do it. This is just, if you see lots of triangles and binaries, you're probably dealing with a religion, is the short version of that. That's not too heady. What the fuck
does a triangle have to do with it?
There's lots of magical principles involved. The principle of vibration. You get your vibes to match.
What?
And then you've changed things. That's a
Have we ever heard socialists talk about vibes? Now, listen, I understand that. I understand exactly what he's saying. We all everything is energy. We're all vibing at a certain level. You're going to be attracted to people who are vibing at your level. We've literally never heard socialists talk about vibration. Yeah, Jennifer, how do you feel about that? James says that the law of manifestation is literally Marxist, because Marxists believe in the law of manifestation. Well, yeah, and then he went to vibration, didn't he, Kyle? So he skipped over dialectic, didn't relate it back to the original concept, and then went right to vibration. So I'm still he's going with the golden ratio, because you guys have provided me with no evidence that he meant dialectical. And I know that the golden ratio is actually a thing. He reminds me of a street corner philosopher just standing there blathering to whoever throw a coin in the can. Yep.
magical principle. The principles of polarity, which is the binaries that I just talked about. The principle of correspondence, which is phrased as above, so below, and as below, so above. Did an entire workshop.
Jennifer's gonna have something to say about that. Jennifer Jennifer just had a fucking meltdown. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Jennifer's head just exploded. Bro. With love. Say with love, Jennifer. Oh. With love. I'm gonna make a t-shirt of James choking on a broomstick, and we're gonna have ... with love. Yeah, guys, what James just said is bullshit. I hope everyone understands that. Wait. let's relive that moment again.
The principles of polarity, which is the binaries that I just talked about. The principle of correspondence, which is phrased as above, so below, and as below, so above. Did an entire workshop on that already. You should look that up. Biggest, probably most important characteristic of this religion, though, is that the adherents, other than the transformational quality to it, is that adherents have a Gnostic rebirth. They wake up.
Okay, Kyle. Well, you are providing me with no fucking evidence. You are making claims that you're backing up with no evidence. What I have to work with is what James is saying in this workshop, and what James is saying in this workshop is these Gnostics are obsessed with this spiral fucking thing that and he didn't even mention dialectic in relation to it. He mentioned it like 4 or 5 sentences fucking later. So your perspective is not backed up in this, because that's not what he is saying. And you can keep saying, I swear, pinky swear, trust me, bro, in my chat all you want. That's not what he is saying. He is talking about spiritual concepts that he does not understand. The golden ratio is an actual spiritual concept that relates to sacred geometry. He is talking about spiritual concept after spiritual concept after spiritual concept after spiritual concept that he does not understand. The golden ratio is just one on the long list of spiritual concepts that James does not understand. So I don't have evidence that what you're saying is correct based on what James is saying. So if you have evidence, show fucking evidence. But stop coming in my chat with pinky swear, trust me, bro.
Come woke. They undergo what you might refer to as a qualitative change. So they are a transformed being who now understands the true nature of who we are, or at least understands it on a higher level, not constrained by our previous historical conditions that weigh on the brains of the living like a nightmare.
Hang on, we got a super chat. Jetafire, JL, stop you motherfucker with love. Yes. Yes, Nick, thank you. He's making me vomit stew minus politics plus socialism plus paganism plus math plus sacred concepts plus fluid gender. We could keep going. It's gross. He is not saying... Okay, Kyle, you want to keep arguing with me? I'm just going to put you in a timeout. I'm going to prevent you from speaking at all. He did not say this in any fucking... Actually, you know what, Kyle? Timeout. You can sit in your fucking timeout. And if you want to keep coming back and arguing with me, then fine, I will keep putting you in a timeout. What I said to you was show me fucking proof. No pinky swear, trust me, bro.
In other words, they are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And when that builds up to a high enough level and enough people will then have a eschatological leap to another phase or another time of society. We'll go from a feudal society to a capitalist one, a capitalist society to a socialist one, and socialism will wither away of its own accord to give us a stateless, classless communism, for example. Or it could be more hippy-dippy like Robert Mueller, and we're going to have this perfect learning from each other meta-organism. Everybody's plugged into the matrix or whatever this guy was all about. There's actually a name for this. I've given all those funny names before. This philosophy, or theological philosophy, if you want to call it, is called cosmological monism. Monism is that there's just one thing in the universe, but it appears in lots of different ways. And so you have to see through, everything is an avatar of the one thing. It's basically what Hinduism is. Hinduism is a monistic religion. Cosmological monism is the idea that everything in the entire universe is actually aspects of a one single undifferentiated all, and that the appearance of difference is therefore an illusion that prevents us from seeing the God that is in everything, everywhere, all the time. Humanity's role in this religion, therefore, all religions are based off of having a comprehensive system of belief and practice that gives fundamental answers to questions about the world and man's role in it, such that it gives rise to duties of conscience, so you've got to do something with it. And so humanity has a role in all of the various versions of this religion, from Robert Mueller's hippy-dippy UN stuff down to Marx's very diabolical and Lenin's murderous regimes, which is to understand the truth of who we really are and drive the evolution of humanity and reality back to itself and back to what it was always supposed to be by removing the false distinctions. And that will actualize God or heaven or Eden or whatever, which the philosopher Eric Vogelin referred to as immanentizing the
Oh, is that Eric Vogelin? Oh. Where do I know that name? Oh, he's the one that came up with this concept that James is stealing. Yeah, James is basically saying that all religions are socialist. Except for Christianity, of course. And not even not Catholicism, that doesn't count. But except for Protestant Christianity. That's the one true religion, according to James, because those are who pays him money.
Which is a phrase that's become quite popular lately. Like I said, just a quick note, there are going to be people who are going to lose their collective, I don't swear in workshops, over the fact that I've blended together a lot of things that are technically different. And if you go read, for example, about Gnosticism and Hermeticism, you'll see that they're fundamentally different. They have very different, actually, mythologies. They have different presuppositions. They have a different mode of orientation.
James admitting he's just making shit up. He's like, guys, now there are going to be people who are very upset with the fact that I'm just making shit up. And I'm going to preempt that by telling you that there are going to be people who are going to be very, very upset with the fact that I'm making shit up. But you don't need to listen to those people, because those people are Gnostics and they're trying to fool you and they just want to get one over on you. But there's going to be people who are upset about the fact that I'm making shit up.
With regard to how the universe is, one's much more pessimistic, Gnosticism, than Hermeticism is much more optimistic. They're not the same thing. I'm not saying that they're the same thing. So when I say something like that Marxism is Gnostic and Hermetic, what I'm actually saying is that it has drawn from Gnosticism and Hermeticism to its purposes of achieving its goals in a very ad hoc, a very two-purpose way. It doesn't care what it takes to make itself right. Its goal is to make itself right and in absolute power. It doesn't really matter all of these details that are going to bother scholars. Like, how good have the scholars done at protecting us from this, by the way? Not so good.
You're a scholar,
Not so
James.
Good. Really bad job. I'd fire him. Now, the point is,
James is literally a PhD. How has James protected us from any of this? How has James fought back against any of this? He's wrongly informed millions of people for money.
That you would say, well, how in the world do you have all this hippy-dippy New Age stuff that you think of as being since the 60s, the hippies in the 60s? How did Marx have that in 1840? Well, it turns out Marx had all this architecture to him, kind of in a much more undiluted and less silly form. The milieu of Germany at the time where he was would have been steeped in this. The philosophers like Hegel that he was interested in, Rousseau that he was interested in, were deep in this. There was a huge revival in the centuries preceding Marx, probably going back at least at least 300 years before Marx was writing, within the kind of elite strata of society, and in particular the goofy secret societies like the Illuminati and the Rosicrucian Society, of digging into all of this mysticism. It was very alive and well. And the philosophers that Marx was particularly interested in, like Rousseau, was undoubtedly a Gnostic, who figured out how to take the Gnostic beliefs and impose them upon the idea that society is the thing that constrains us, not some evil spiritual demon. And so beyond the Gnosticism of Rousseau and the esotericism of the secret societies that Marx was a member of, literally a member of, aside from the fact that he would have had it there, he also got it from Hegel. Hegel was his patron philosopher. He rejected a lot of things Hegel said, or he said he inverted a lot of things Hegel did, but he adopted his basic fundamental architecture, some of which he turned upside down, some of which he didn't turn upside down, some of which he just kind of tweaked to his own purposes. And Hegel was a wizard. Hegel was not. Hegel described himself as a theologian, but he was at what's called the Tübingen.
Hegel was a wizard. Again. Hegel was a wizard.
Some of which he just kind of tweaked to his own purposes, and Hegel was a wizard.
How is this happening? How? How is this happening? How is this happening? How? Hegel is a wizard. Did Hegel have a dragon? We are in the land of Retardia. This is why in the land of Retardia, we literally have a school of Gnosticism and wizardry. That's a real thing in the land of Retardia. There is a whole school of Gnosticism and wizardry. But I didn't actually think we were going to get to the point of James saying Hegel is a wizard. That was something I didn't have on my bingo card, if I'm honest about it. We anticipated that James was going in this direction with the Retardia school of Gnosticism and wizardry.
Hegel was not. Hegel described himself as a theologian, but he was at what's called the Tübingen Stift, which is it's a seminary, a Lutheran seminary in the Swabian region that was shot through with all of this goofy esoteric mysticism, and it was more interesting to them there than the Christian stuff. They were trying to figure out how to make the mysticism look like Christianity because they figured that it was the real movement of the world. Hegel said that Jakob Boehme was the greatest philosopher of Germany. You should go read Jakob Boehme and see if he wrote any philosophy at all. It's all alchemy and wizard symbols, and it's all transformational mysticism. It's alchemy. He appropriated not just Kabbalah, but heretical versions of Kabbalah that were actually invented kind of for secret society purposes.
Can you repeat that about Hegel, please?
All of it?
Yeah, that he was a wizard, James. Repeat it, please, for all of us.
That
please
was the Cliff Notes. So Hegel was a wizard. That's the Cliff Notes. Hegel believed that, oh my God, how do I do this? Gave a 6-hour lecture on this.
Great. I couldn't get to my notes quick.
I got you. Okay, so Hegel was a student of the Tübingen Stift, which T-U with an umlaut, B-I-N-G-I-E-N, or so, I don't know. What is it?
Bro.
T-U-B-I-N-G.
Bro. The audience right now is literally writing in their notes, Hegel was a wizard. Think about that. He's got an entire, like, I really think about this for a second, guys. I want everyone to put yourself in a position where you've paid hundreds of dollars to go to a workshop with James Lindsay, because James Lindsay has been lifted up by Moms for Liberty and Turning Point USA. And when you get to that workshop, you are writing in a notebook. I want everyone to visualize yourself in this experience. Visualize yourself in that room. You're at a table. You got a note, a pen and a paper. And on that pen and paper, you are writing, Hegel was a wizard. Is everyone with me? Are we all in this reality? Can you actually see the piece of paper that you just picked up, that hotel pen, and you wrote down on your notepad, Hegel is a wizard? Just sit in that reality for a minute, okay? Hey, Alex, thank you for the super chat. Been lurking for the entire stream until now. Jimmy, you have surpassed King of Retardia. You are the absolute emperor of Retardium. We have all lost several IQ points sitting through this. Alex, I very much appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. And then we've got another one. Big super chat from Roslyn. I hope everything is well down there in Adelaide. Carlin, having my Sunday morning coffee. What are you knitting? You're doing a really good job of maintaining your sanity during this word salad lecture. You know, I'm drinking, Roslyn. You know, I'm working on the West Knits Mystery Knit Along. I'm working on the first section of it where I've got all these different spiral circles, and now apparently I'm knitting something in between the spiral circles. So I'm knitting a giant ass shawl, and it's going to be purple and white, but I think I'm going to add a touch of red. Just a touch, just for accent. That's the plan. But that's what I'm working on at the moment, and I appreciate you, Roslyn, and I adore you, and thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's no place like home. Hegel is a wizard. All right.
G-E-N, yeah, Stift, S-T-I-F-T, Tübingen Stift. By the way, I'm going to give you all my notes later, so you don't have to write as much as you can. You don't have to keep up with me. Okay. So he was a student at the Stift. The Stift was using esoteric mysticism and secret society nonsense in order to try to figure out how to create a philosophy of transformation of society to create the perfect Christian expression, but also the perfect government. Hegel was an outright statist. He believed that the state was in fact the manifestation of God on earth, because it's the manifestation of human power on earth, which is the closest that we get to have to God. And our job is to understand the contradictions of the world, what he called the difference between the theoretical idea and the practical idea, until we remove all distinction between those two things. So no more contradictions left, no distinctions at all, at which point it will manifest as the absolute idea, which is the only true reality, in other words, which is God, which will then become immanent. So this guy was a wizard using Christian motifs to speak transformational alchemical concepts. And Marx adopted his entire diet.
Hegel was a wizard using Christian motifs to teach alchemical concepts. Did Hegel have a lab? Did Hegel have a series of potions? Did Hegel have a wand? Did Hegel wear a hat? Did Hegel fly on a broom? Did Hegel turn lead into gold, James? This is actually fucking crazy. Was Hegel the modern day incarnation of Merlin? You know what we have to do? we have to look for an opportunity for people to go to one of James's lectures in person, and we have to actually ask him, James, was Hegel the modern day incarnation of Merlin? Can we please do that? Can we please organize someone going to James Lindsay's next presentation and going, James, you know, I saw this presentation online where you were talking about how Hegel is a wizard, and I'm just curious, James, like, do you think that Hegel was the modern day incarnation of Merlin? I cannot fucking believe we're watching this. I cannot. James, was Hegel kept in a storage room under the stairs? Oh, God. Oh, we're so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. Oh my God. James, did Hegel have an owl? We need a whole line of people. James, did Hegel have an owl? Did Hegel spin straw into gold, James? Did Hegel study at Hogwarts? What house was Hegel in at Hogwarts, James? Was he in Slytherin? We know he was in Slytherin, wasn't he, James? Did Hegel know any spells? Does Hegel have a D&D character? Oh, God. Oh, okay.
Dialectical process and called it dialectical materialism. So the point was just that Marx had all this weirdo theosophy available to him. And he had the Gnosticism. Very famously, Rousseau, maybe his most famous line, is, man is born free, but everywhere he's in chains. That's a Gnostic sentiment.
Because of
what
capitalism.
Is Gnosticism? Gnosticism is the belief that we're in prison. That a demon has constructed the world to imprison us, to keep us from our true nature, which is that we actually are.
Bro. Pop quiz for my chat. What does Rousseau mean when he says man is born free and everywhere he is in chains? What does that actually mean? Why is man in chains? For what reason? Why does Rousseau believe man is born free and everywhere he is in chains? It's the chains of capitalism, you fucking retard. They're oppressed by capitalism. Capitalism put men in chains. Rousseau is referring to how capitalism is oppressing everything and everyone. The chains means the oppression of capitalism because of fucking capitalism. Because of capitalism, they're a slave to money and capitalism and private property. Oppressive force of capitalism, James. That's what that means. He is oppressed by capitalism. Capitalism is the chain, James.
That's a Gnostic sentiment because.
Oh, that's a Gnostic fucking sentiment. No, guys. It's not capitalism. It's Gnosticism. Because Rousseau was a wizard. Oh my God.
Because what is Gnosticism? Gnosticism is the belief that we're in prison. That a demon has constructed the world to imprison us, to keep us from our true nature, which is that we actually are gods ourselves.
Oh my God.
And it doesn't want us to know that. And if we can know the secret truth about reality, maybe we can transcend the trap that we've been laid into. And this is what Rousseau was expressing, but he said it was society locking us in a prison, not some spiritual demon, because society itself is the spiritual element of man, which is what Hegel said also, is that you have the state, and the state is embodying the current idea, which is the best guess about the right order of the world or God. So
oh my God! James, they call it the capitalist U.S. government. No, no, no. It's God, guys. It's God. The state is literally God. And the state is literally imprisoning us as God because this is Gnostic. I can't fucking even. Like, this is so bad.
The state embodies the idea, and that gives rise to a society which has a spirit, literally in German, Geist. And almost all of his writing was about the Geist. And in fact, the first major work that he published that people recognize is called The Phenomenology of Spirit. What is the phenomenon that creates the spirit of society, and how does it transform? It's a wizard's manual to society. And so this Gnostic and Hermetic stuff was...
It's a wizard's fucking manual to society. I can't even... Is anyone else having kind of like an out-of-body experience right now? Where it's like, we've been watching this for a while now. Like, yeah, there's a book. There's a magical fucking book. The Wizard's Guide to Gnosticism. Like, oh my...
Not just available to Marx. Marx was swimming in it. And he packaged it through Hegel's, what I call theosophical statism. He has this mystical, theosophical religion that he's pretending is Christian, and he makes it statist, which I said already. The saying, the quote is, the state is the divine idea as it exists on earth. And so the state is venerated as an image of God. Not you, not individuals. The state is the image of God. And Marx imported all of this architecture. I've called this in the past, and you have about 6 2-hour lectures you can look up on that, sociological Gnosticism or social Gnosticism. I also called it dialectical leftism. We don't have good names for this because these liars have never let us pin down a name, because every name you give them, they say, no, it's not that. You're wrong. Like Elon Musk just called out Kamala Harris and said she's definitely a communist, and they've written an article already saying Elon Musk doesn't know what communism is.
True. He doesn't, because he's learned from you,
Oh, no,
James.
it has some corporate aspects, so it's not communism. That's the point of this workshop, is to dispel that objection. That communism is a moving object. It's a transforming, self-transforming thing so that it can transform society. Now with this goofy religion, notice we haven't even really got to Marx yet, there are other major branches and denominations than Marxism and Robert Muller. There's Helena Blavatsky, who founded in the 1870s the Theosophical Society in London. She wrote a book, which I've read about a third of because, oh my God, called The Secret Doctrine. You can tell by the title, The Secret Doctrine, that it's full of crazy stuff. It also happens to be where the idea of the swastika was brought to the West.
God.
It also happens to be the place where the concept of the Aryan race as the people who are to move history forward is brought to the West.
The Gnostic,
and if you're thinking,
the
wow, that sounds kind of like Hitler. Guess what Hitler read?
Gnostic,
The Secret Doctrine.
okay.
And his race ideology was based off of that.
He's saying...
She had a number of students, not just people.
He's saying that Hitler was literally Gnostic. He's saying that Hitler was Gnostic. Bruh.
People who read some of her work, like Adolf Hitler, namely Annie Besant, who was a Fabian socialist, which is more affectionately known by George Orwell as INGSOC, English socialism. Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, was in this cult. Isn't it weird how all these things that we're having to deal with now, the Fabians, Planned Parenthood, like they're tied in with this all weirdly, but hey, look, they're all part of the same big religion in reality.
They're not.
And a woman a lot of people have not yet heard of, unless they listen maybe to me and a few others, Alice A. Bailey, who was tied pretty deeply into Freemasonry. Lots of people were involved in this secret doctrine theosophical cult of Helena Blavatsky. Planned Parenthood, what's that about? It's using birth control, abortion, and eugenics to approximate spiritual transformation.
What is the goal of birth control and reproductive justice? Pop quiz for my chat. What is the actual socialist goal of birth control and reproductive justice? What is the actual socialist goal of birth control and reproductive justice? According to reality, not according to what James is making up for fun, to see how much bullshit he can get people to believe, Birth control frees women from the gender binary, James. It frees women from the obligation to be mothers if they become pregnant. It frees them from the nuclear family. It frees them from the patriarchy. To free women from the oppressive gender role capitalism has forced upon them. Yes, Tayton. Birth control, reproductive justice frees women from the oppressive gender binary. Yeah, the fall of James Lindsay, from reasonable human being to raving fucking lunatic. Birth control frees women from doing the unpaid labor of motherhood. It frees them from the capitalist system that was handed to them by the gender binary, which was created by capitalism. Exactly. Thank you. Now let's hear what James has to say again.
Using birth control, abortion, and eugenics to approximate spiritual transformation or spiritual evolution of man.
No.
Just using the exoteric methods of saying,
Wrong.
well, you know, you're poor, so probably you're not a high-quality soul, so you shouldn't have a baby.
Wrong.
It's really gross when you find out what it really is. It's way worse than what people think it really is. Alice Bailey coined an idea called the science of right human relations. I think we call it sustainability and inclusion today. She published her ideas in openly occult books. Openly. That was like a good word for her. She uses the word hundreds of times in these books, all the time. Openly occult books under the brand. She didn't have a publisher. She made her own publishing company with her Freemason husband. And it was called the Lucifer Publishing Company. A couple of years later, after it was given a large amount of foundation money, I think Rockefeller money in particular, that she thanks them for in the fronts of some of these books, they rebranded it less on the nose and called it the Lucis Trust. The Lucis Trust is the print publisher for the United Nations, which is really weird. Its headquarters is at 866 United Nations Plaza. They have a headquarters in London that's roughly across the street from Parliament at 3 Whitehall Place. Theory. They have an office in Geneva, which is where the United Nations is located in its main headquarters. She also wrote a book about education that I've talked about in more depth than anything else she's done, called Education in the New Age. Education in the New Age was a foundational text for John Fetzer at the Fetzer Institute, who was a big New Age, big money radio guy, owned the Detroit Tigers for a while. And it's also his institute, the Fetzer Institute, is where social emotional learning, which is in all of our schools, was created in 1995 and 1994. Sorry, I did that backwards. Robert Mueller, who I quoted earlier, was a gigantic fan of Alice Bailey from this Theosophical Society. And so the United Nations, and in particular UNESCO, and his University of Peace in Costa Rica, which Robert Mueller actually ran, and Common Core Education, which Robert Mueller actually designed as what he called the World Core Curriculum, all come downstream from Alice Bailey, which comes downstream from Helena Blavatsky, which comes downstream from the Theosophical religion that Marx is a part of. I'm going to talk a little bit more about one more character here, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was a Jesuit priest. How the Catholics didn't kick this guy out for heresy is amazing. He just promised he wouldn't publish any of it, so it all got published after he died. But this guy wrote the most theosophical, heretical stuff in the universe, and a lot of it. So he had a couple of really big ideas. One of them is called the omega point. So history is not spiraling like a flat spiral like a spring. It's spiraling to a point, which is the omega point. God says, I am the alpha, the beginning, and the omega, the end. Oh, that's the end point, capital Omega, the end point of history. That's when we get to the intended point of all of human evolution. And then he said along the way, there are lowercase omega points, which is where we have those spiritual leaps. He had this other idea that's called the noosphere, the sphere of thoughts. And that's actually what binds humanity. We're not like bacteria. We're not going to get a single biofilm around us. We're going to have a thought film around us, and we can all learn to think the same thoughts in the noosphere. And so what's our noosphere? The internet. They think the noosphere is here. They think they can use the noosphere to condition people's thoughts to all think the right things. So we have to stamp out all misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation so everybody thinks the same stuff. But that's just the internet, because later we have the Internet of Things, which is like Alexa in your house, and your refrigerator you couldn't open when CrowdStrike went down. And then later we have the Internet of Bodies, which is when they put chips in you. And when we have little watches that are monitoring our heart rates and talking to each other all the time. And imagine what you could do with a social credit system if we're all connected to one another like a single organism through the internet.
You understand this bullshit makes us all look insane, right? This makes all of us look insane.
And it turns out that these ideas are also at the heart of the United Nations and Robert Mueller and the Rockefellers, who throw a lot of money at these things. Stephen Rockefeller has recently written a number of letters praising Teilhard and his noosphere idea and how important it is to consider that. And Robert Mueller, in his Ideas book, talks about Teilhard a number of times. He is probably the key theosophist, actually, for understanding the moves that are happening in the world today, maybe aside from George Soros, who's another one of these wizards that we're going to have to talk a lot about
George
at some point.
Soros is a wizard.
So this isn't his most
Bruh.
famous book. Teilhard's most famous book is called The Phenomenon of Man, but he has another book that's called The Future of Mankind. The first chapter is titled A Note on Progress, progress with a capital P. This is from the beginning of that. See if it sounds similar to what we've already heard. If we were to find a definitive answer to the question of the entitative, in other words, what makes you an entity, the entitative progress of the universe, we must do so by adopting the least favorable position. That is to say, by envisaging a world whose evolutionary capacity is concentrated upon and confined to the human soul. The question of whether the universe is still developing then becomes a matter of deciding whether the human spirit is still in process of evolution. To this, I reply unhesitatingly. Remember, this is a Jesuit. What's he going to say? Is the soul evolving? Yes, it is. The nature of man is in the full flood of entitative change. In other words, we're changing as an entity. What it means to be human is evolving. But to grasp this, it is necessary, A, not to overlook the biological and morphogenic value of moral action, and B, to accept the organic nature of individual relationships. We will then see that a vast evolutionary process is in ceaseless operation around us, but that it is situated within the sphere of consciousness and collective consciousness. Same religion, same ideas, deeply embedded in the biggest driving institutions of the world. Like I said, religion comes up in New Thought. It's Oprah Winfrey. They call themselves evolutionary leaders. She platformed every single one of them on daytime TV over the course of her career.
Fucking
Some of
Gnostic
them more
sex
than
cult
30
conspiracy
times.
theory.
A lot of these characters who go on and talk about spiritual hippy-dippy stuff that are big Oprah Winfrey characters were brought to you by the fact that somebody wanted the New Thought religion to be presented to the world on daytime TV to a lot of wine moms without anybody knowing that that's what they were learning.
God.
Mothers, in fact, of daughters in the 1980s and 1990s. And why are the women so left?
Oh my God.
So now we've got to actually talk about communism. Communism is part of this religion. It evolved out of this religion, and it is evolved as...
I am genuinely horrified by this. I am genuinely horrified. We have watched all of Lisa Logan's conspiracy bullshit about the Oprah New World Order sex cult. And it's so stupid and so ridiculous that any thinking person should really dismiss it on face value. And I invite anyone to go to Lisa Logan's Twitter page and to go to her fucking YouTube channel. It is QAnon level lunacy that James Lindsay has now adopted and is teaching to people in workshops where people are paying hundreds of dollars to come hear him talk. This literally is, guys, this is QAnon level insanity. And people are just sitting there writing their little notebooks like, Hegel is a wizard. Oprah delivered queer theory to the masses. Yeah, fuck you, James. With love. Fuck you. With love.
Its own kind of genus of beliefs in line with this religion, and we actually are going to, due to the logic of the circle, going to come kind of full circle back to this United Nations hippy-dippy side of it by the time we get to the end of the workshop. this bigger religion, like I said earlier, if Marxism is a genus and critical race theory is a species and there's other species, this is its family, its order, its phylum. I don't know how high up it goes. I don't really want to get too weird about all that, but this is a higher taxonomical thing. And communism is like one thing within a broader religion, one denomination within a broader religion of transformation of the world and of actually collectivism, of becoming a social being that realizes it's a social being. So, let's just lay out, if communism is organized as this kind of religion, what's it look like? Communism answers the question, let's just cut through the chase. Communism answers the question, what is man? That's what it's actually answering. And the answer that communism gives to the question of what is man is a communist. I already made that joke. So it says that we're intrinsically social beings who don't know that because we've been estranged from our true nature or alienated from who we really are, and that we need to be brought back to or led back or forced back or tricked back into it. As social beings, the theory is that society conditions us. Society makes us who we are. That's the historical conditions weigh on the brains of the living like a nightmare. So man is made by society. But we are also, as a unique species, active participants in the production of society and history. So man actually makes society, but society makes man. Man makes society, but society makes man. And you have the logic of the circle all over again. So this isn't just the logic of the circle, though, because it's the logic of the spiral, because we don't want to be caught in just a cycle of history, time is a flat circle, doing the same thing forever. What we want to do is have people awaken to the nature of reality and hijack the production. They want to hijack the means of producing society because that'll hijack the means of producing man. And when you change who man is, then you get to a new spiritual level. We become no longer capitalists or feudalists or whatever. Slavers was before that. We jump up a level. We go from slavers to feudalists, and we have serfs instead of slaves. We go from there, we leap up to capitalism, and now we have workers who are wage slaves. And then you leap up to socialism, and we're going to abolish that altogether, which of course is exactly a lie. And then we're going to finally get to communism, where the power structure is automatic and embedded in everybody because we're all awakened religious nut jobs. And we don't need to have a state to force it anymore. So this is the Hermetic principle of correspondence, as above, so below, right? As society, so man. As above, so below.
No,
but
James,
also as
that's not what that means. That's not what that means in any way. Bro, if that made sense to you, you're on fucking drugs and you need to leave and go somewhere else. Like, honestly. That's not what as above, so below means.
Communism, where the power structure is automatic and embedded in everybody because we're all awakened religious nut jobs, and we don't need to have a state to force it anymore. So this is the Hermetic principle of correspondence.
You just got banned. Goodbye. I warned you several times. Goodbye.
As above, so below, right? As society, so man. As above, so below. But also as below, so above. So as man, so society. So man makes society, makes man, makes society, makes man, makes society. It's
that's not
as
what
above,
that
so
means.
below, as above, so below, blah, 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 blah. Round and round we go. How else does Marx view the world? We find ourselves imprisoned in a world that we were born into and didn't choose. There's our Gnostic condition. Our historical conditions. We didn't choose to be born with this skin color or this economic status at this time in history in this stupid country undergoing a war or capitalist exploitation or feudal, domination or whatever else. We didn't choose that, but we can awaken to the fact that things could be different. We would be able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And then we can do the work, is the other saying, to transform society by taking control of the means of production that's driving society that way. Only after we become able to see what can be unburdened by what has been, because everybody else doesn't get it, and they're just going to keep making the same mistakes that keep us stuck in the little circle. We've got to go up the spiral, right? So that means that this Gnostic impulse is hidden there inside of communism. We're trapped in the society. It's just that the bourgeois class is constructing society and trapping us in our conditions. And they're forcing us to do that and exploiting us so we don't realize it, so we don't revolt, so that we can't get to the next stage and see what can be. They want to keep us burdened by what makes them profit, in other words. So the Gnostic concept, the gnosis of this Gnostic religion of communism is socialism. You awaken to the fact that we're really socialists. We've all been socialists from the whole time. In queer theory, everybody's been queer from the beginning, it turns out. Very original, these people. That means that the oppressing class, the bourgeois class, or the feudal lords, or whoever it is, the landlords, turn out to be a Gnostic demiurge. The demiurge is the demon that is posing as God, telling us that we're all, to serve him and subject to him while giving us crappy lives on this material plane, when in fact we are deities who would know it. If we were allowed to eat the fruit, he wouldn't let us eat. And then he kicked us out of Eden for our cheek. So that's the Gnostic belief, and that's how the bourgeois or the privileged or the oppressor class works in this religion. But the fact is that man is different than the animals because he can make his own history and isn't subject to mere gods and demons. He can transform his...
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same. Yeah. You know what? This actually, imagine eating a mushroom with this guy on accident, and this goes on and on and on and on and on and on. I wouldn't even come up, I've done mushrooms on more than one occasion. This is not even something I would come up with on drugs. Is James taking too much Adderall? This is insane.
Consciousness, he can transform his community, he can awaken his class, he can change the world. And that transformation is done through praxis, which is activism. So you have to get active, you have to go do the work, or do the work is what it's called. We don't have to elaborate. They use this language all the time. So transforming society through your activism is meant to transform man through the socialization it brings. So if you force everybody, change society to accept transgender, and everybody accepts transgender, now transgender is real. But that means your participation is required. Everybody's participation is required. We all have to pretend men can become women, or else it won't really happen. Seizing the means of production of society seizes the means of production of who man is. And then you can use that control to control them to become socialists. And when everybody's a socialist, or at least everybody who's still alive is a socialist, it'll work this time. But in this religion, why don't we know who we really are? We are truly socialist or queer. Why don't we know that? Well, because we've been estranged, and that's why things don't work perfectly. That's why things are actually evil in so many cases. Our socio-spiritual nature has been hidden from us because we have private property that lets us see ourselves as individuals. If this is my glass of water and that's your glass of water, this is mine, that is yours, they're different, you can't have it. That's called the law of exclusion, which is the opposite of inclusion. And I must be different than you in order to exclude the glass of water for me from you. And so that's Gnostic estrangement. But now it's not just that the evil spirit of society is doing it. It's that we all are doing it to each other all the time by keeping society running. So by the dint of private property and the exploitation of man through private property and the profit motive, we have all fallen from our true nature as socialists. And socialism, when it's tried, usually doesn't work. That's what they believe. That's why they keep trying it, and that's why they blame it on everybody else when it doesn't work. It's not their ideas, which are scientifically true, they believe. It's that the people did it wrong and therefore have to be punished.
Here is what socialists actually believe. Capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, created inequities in society. They created hierarchies of inequities in which some people had access to more resources than other people. And it is unfair that some people have access to more resources than other people. So the goal of equity, which is code for Marxism, which is a word that James hasn't said once, is to flatten all hierarchies, to abolish all private property that allows people to create and perpetuate generational wealth in order to give access to all the resources to all people so everyone has everything they need. That's actually what communists and Marxists believe. Doesn't have to be this fall of man into fucking private property to, I told you guys we're going to see mental gymnastics, like to fit into some sort of fucking cult. Because private property creates hierarchies where some people have more private property than other people. The goal of Marxism is to eliminate all hierarchies. What you're saying is, if there was no private property, we would all be wizards. So everyone is Gnostic. Who isn't an... Yeah, I don't even know, Jennifer. I don't even know. I don't even know,
so they'll
girl.
do it right better.
I don't even know.
And allegedly, when this is all done right by everybody all at the same time with no errors, which means we all have to think almost exactly the same thing, communism will arise, history and man are completed, the fall will be undone, and we enter back into Eden on our own terms. Or in other words, in Teilhard's words, we achieve the omega point. What Marx said about this is that the criticism of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. So who's the God of this religion? You are. Everybody is. But the thing is you're only the God of this religion if you believe exactly the same thing as everybody else.
That's actually not true.
So it's not exactly the self is the religion, it's the transformed self. So the first real communist in history is this guy, Babeuf. Gracchus Babeuf, actually Francois Noel Babeuf. Gracchus was a nickname. In fact, it was his Illuminati nickname because he was in a cult, a secret society with Adam Weishaupt. And so he called himself Gracchus. Turns out this guy is kind of a character. There were also these utopian socialists like Robert Owen. There are a lot of secret society things like the Rosicrucians and the Illuminati and so on floating around, the League of the Just and all these. There are lots of kind of weird occult things happening in Europe at the time. They were all believers in the same occult religion, and they were bringing it into communism. We're only going to focus on communism, so I'm not going to talk about the utopian socialists. Marx really didn't like them because they were throwing shade on the fact that his program's actually utopian. Actually, those dudes were crazy. Like, they were going to transform the elephants to do all the work, and the whales were going to do all the shipping. Like, they were crazy. Like, the utopian socialist programs were very much like, welcome to the cult. You don't have to work here, but you do have to give me all your money, your wives, and your daughters. They were pretty whack. It turns out our public education system was designed by them. So Babeuf is named by the Marxists, or by Marx himself, actually, as the first communist. What were his beliefs? Anti-private property, pro-radical equality, believed that governments have to be taken down by conspiracies. So he formed this thing called the Conspiracy of Equals in France. He was operative during the French Revolution, and then he was killed in the French Revolution for pushing a line that the French Revolution wasn't radical enough. So when they had the reaction halfway through and started murdering everybody who did the revolution in the first place, they murdered him. What Marx called his form of communism is crude communism, and he's fairly, actually, for Marx, positive about Babeuf, but he's pretty critical of crude communism. What he calls crude communism is basically the hatred of private property. Marx is actually...
See, this is why James criticizes what he does. He says, ha ha ha, those silly people are so silly. They're talking about crude communism. Hey, James, guess what real communists and Marxists talk about in the United States right now in literally all of their presentations? They talk about this. They talk about this specifically. They aren't talking about Babeuf. They aren't talking about Hegel being a fucking Gnostic fucking wizard. They aren't talking about any of this crazy shit that you're putting forth because you've cherry-picked evidence that is not hinged into reality with what real communists are saying at all. This is the problem. Oh, Karl Marx called that. This is the problem when you take a philosopher and you're like, everything this philosopher said and does is being implemented in the real world today. Well, guess what? As it turns out, that's not true. There are certain elements of Marxism that are being implemented in the real world today. There are a lot of elements of Marxism that are not being implemented in the real world today. And in the real world, at their conferences, at their events, in their trainings, they talk almost exclusively about what James dismisses as crude communism that Marx doesn't even like, bro. They're not talking about baboof James. Oh my God. There is no fucking spiral, James.
Going to use this to introduce an idea that he is what I would call transcendent communism. I don't think he uses that word exactly anymore, but he uses the word transcend.
He doesn't use
for
that
sure
word, but I'm
in the
going to use
description.
it.
Babouf, though, grew up dirt poor, and this was kind of a problem for him. He did a lot of hard labor. He was suffering in his oppression, but in particular, because he was a dirt poor guy, he was excluded from all the things he wanted to do. They wouldn't let him into the cool kids clubs. And he was a smart guy, though, and his secret society buddies fed him a steady diet of Rousseau, the revolutionary thinkers. In particular, one of Robespierre's men, Filippo Buonarroti, the biggest conspirator of all time, Italian socialist agitator and Freemason, literally guided him to a very revolutionary understanding of Rousseau's kind of social Gnostic ideas, and went on to write the history of Babouf's Conspiracy of Equals in 1828, which became the blueprint for the radical revolutionary communists, including Marx, for how to do it. He was also, this is where we get into shady tinfoil water,
we're not
probably further
there?
radicalized by a British intelligence operative named James Rutledge, who described himself as a citizen of the universe.
Did he practice the dark arts,
who was also
James?
allegedly very anti-private property, at least in his professional work, and very pro-radical equality, at least in his professional work, and was very likely sent to France from Britain on British intelligence ambitions to undermine France using a color revolution that became the French Revolution. So here's a line from Babouf: "Society must be made to operate in such a way that it eradicates once and for all the desire of a man to become richer or wiser or more powerful than others."
James is saying Babouf was the first communist. Babouf was in 1964. This quote that James has of the so-called first communist was in 1964. How the ever-loving fuck is Babouf the first communist when I have communists on video talking about how the first capitalists were fucking farmers? How the fuck is Babouf the first communist when the Frankfurt School came to America in 1937?
It's a pretty good definition of communism, actually, in practice. It reminds us of Harrison Bergeron, which is a Kurt Vonnegut novel, where everybody is made equal by the handicapper general in the government.
So 1960,
but focus on that. Society
James. So 1964 happened before the French Revolution. Rothbard says the first communists lived in the 15th century. Yeah, Babouf was clearly a shaman.
Must be made to operate in a way such that. So we're going to force society to force people not to want to succeed.
So James had the year wrong. Okay, James had the year. Is that who he's talking about? So now we're saying the first communist was in 1760, thereabouts? That makes a little bit more sense. Honestly, James had 1964 as the fucking... Look at this. Babouf, 1964. I'm not making... This is James's mistake then. I'm sorry. This says 1964 on it. Look. So, that was James's mistake, not mine. Not my fault James is inaccurate. Well, how would someone who was born in the 1700s write something in 1964?
In a way such that. So we're going to force society to force people not to want to succeed. That's the essence of crude communism.
Guys, the author of it was Baboof. This is not oh my fucking God. If it was republished, it would have said that in the fucking citation. So this is James's inaccurate citation. Does everyone understand this? James isn't pulling from the original source, and he hasn't accurately noted this. Bro, he literally is, oh my fucking God. He is literally listed as the fucking author. Why has my chat gotten as stupid as James Lindsay? He is literally listed as the author in the citation. Does anyone not understand that James has put the incorrect fucking source for the citation? Does anyone not understand that that is the argument? Baboof is listed as the author in this. I have a fucking PhD. I know how to do fucking citations. I had to learn how to do all this shit. Does anyone not understand this? That this is a glaring inaccuracy on the part of James, who, okay, we're still not understanding this. You fucking retards, the citation is wrong because James fucked it up. Does everyone not understand the argument being made? I'm looking at the fucking citation that lists Baboof as the author in 1964. It is not my fault you guys don't know how to do fucking citations. Does everyone understand? James fucked up the citation because James does not care about accuracy. Does everyone understand what happened? Yeah, maybe James fucked it up. That is exactly and precisely the point being made. The citation is wrong. No. The citation... No, okay, we still don't understand. What the citation says is that Baboof wrote this in 1964. Oh my fucking God. I have the stupidest fucking audience on the internet. I swear to God.
Such that. So we're going to force society to force people not to want to succeed. That's the essence of crude communism. So he's a really important character, but he's only a crude communist. And Marx wasn't going to have that. Because crude communism lacks that religious transformative element. He was in the secret societies, Baboof was, but he wasn't religiously committed. Marx is going to take this higher. That's a Gnostic impulse again. The Gnostics say, hey, that thing you're...
This is the point. This entire fucking thing is low quality nonsense because James doesn't care about accuracy. That is the fucking point.
You're doing, yeah, that's pretty good, but it's not a very good understanding of it. There's a better one. Come with me, join my cult, give me your wife. Not all of them say that last part. We very famously have Marx in the Communist Manifesto in the second chapter saying communism can be summarized in a single sentence: abolish private property.
Duh.
Right? That's crude communism. It's the hatred of private property. But he means something much more complicated, and if you read the
No, he
paragraphs before
doesn't.
that, you can tell it's something much more complicated.
No, he doesn't. He literally
believes
doesn't. He literally doesn't mean something much more complicated, James. He literally doesn't mean something much more complicated. I don't give a flying fuck. The point is that James's work sucks. You guys are still not getting the point. Okay, I want everyone in the chat to tell me what the point is about the citation. Before we go any further, what is the point that I am making about the citation? Because I'm fairly sure that most of the chat still doesn't fucking get it. What is the point I am making about the citation? Go. The point is that James did it wrong. The point is he cited it wrong. The point is James's work sucks. The point is that James is wrong. The point is that James is a BS artist. That's the point. He just threw up the citation incorrectly with the wrong year. This is all thrown together nonsense. Well, they're not acting like it. They're not acting like it. James can't even get that little thing correct. Citation should list the author, not who is quoted within. He is fucking up the citation because he doesn't care about accuracy at all. He got the wrong fucking author. James is not citing work correctly. The citation is wrong. That's what the point is, guys. Now, please fucking stop. I am banning the next fucking person that continues to argue with me about this because you're making some point that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. This is frustrating enough for me without having to argue with my own fucking chat.
Crude communism lacks the fundamental transformative element that allows people to have higher culture and communism at the same time. He looked at what was going on with the communes in France and was like, these suck. Everybody basically works and they're miserable. They distribute labor in basic goods and nothing fun or interesting is happening. There's no art, there's no music, there's no higher culture. Marx wanted to have the good life of an advanced, successful society, a highly cultured society, where nobody has to do anything. And he wanted to synthesize those two things into a single, well, somebody else has to do all the work is what that actually means. But if everybody believed the right thing, they would do that voluntarily, is what his
Thank you,
view
Alex.
is.
I appreciate
so you
you.
You don't have that transformative element of the soul of the person that will make it actually work, which means that crude communism is actually based on envy, which is still awful and is not going to work.
That's not what it's, oh my fucking God.
So Marx called it actually crude and thoughtless communism because he would rather people transform themselves into their true social or human nature. He has this really weird, I don't want to take up a lot of time talking about this, comparison. It's kind of elucidating. What is he talking about? He says with the crude communists that it's like if you had a socialist commune and you just made the women all common property. And so what would happen is they all just become prostitutes and misused, and everybody knows that's going to happen wrong. And he's like, no, it's not how it's supposed to be. The way communism is supposed to be, and he's much more difficult to read than this. I cut the whole quote out because no one wants to hear it. What he actually says is that it's like a marriage. Like, so your family is how a communist society should work, but it should be everybody in society is your family.
Thank you, Renan.
And so it should be that you voluntarily, happily sacrifice for one another, your husband, your wife, or whatever it is. You do that voluntarily. That's the relationship. It shouldn't just be all the women are to be used by all the men in common, because that always turns abusive. Which, in other words, is that Marx was aware that the tragedy of commons is a thing, but he thought if we spiritually advanced ourselves, we won't destroy common property. Which it turns out if every experiment that the collectivists did.
What is James talking about right now? What is James talking about explicitly that we've heard communists talk about time and time again, but James doesn't actually understand what he's talking about, so he's not teaching it correctly? What is James talking about right now? Does anyone know? We've talked about it about 1,000,000 times. James is saying that communists think everyone should be treated like family. What is he talking about? He's talking about chosen family. He's talking about being a comrade in part of the collective. He's talking about the communal family. He's talking about the collective care, the collective care, exactly. He's talking about collective care. He's talking about community, love, care, family of choice, chosen family. This is the reason communists still wear masks. This is the reason that communists still believe there's a pandemic. Yeah, James doesn't care about how accurate it is. He doesn't care at all. He's talking about the collective. He's talking about the communal family.
Did in the Soviet
Alright, you guys
Union
may have
and
redeemed
in
yourself
Mao's
with
China
that.
show,
Thank you.
people destroyed all their own property rather than give it over to the collective. They destroyed everything. In Mao's China, people would break their tools on purpose before they'd give them
Tools
to
weren't
the
considered
collective
to be part
farm
of the
as it was
bourgeois
being collectivized.
presentation.
Because why watch your neighbor wreck your stuff?
Bourgeois property,
Couldn't
rather.
stand it. So it's just better to break it. Kill your own animal and eat it. Trade your good horse for a bad one. So when the state takes it away from you, they only took a crappy one. Like literally, they destroyed everything they had, their own stuff. They cut productivity down by about
That's not what they
2/3
mean by bourgeois
in China
property.
to avoid collectivization as deliberate destruction just because collectivized stuff is so unpleasant to people. It just doesn't work. All you're going to get, though, is a lowest common denominator communism if you follow crude communism, is what Marx said. There's no art, music, higher culture. He said, the thought of every piece of, this is Marx, the thought of every piece of private property as such is at least turned against wealthier private property in the form of envy and the urge to reduce things to a common level. So that equity equalizes downward thing. So that this envy and urge even constitute the essence of competition. So people compete at being envious in crude communism. Crude communism is only the culmination of this envy and of this leveling down. In other words, so he knows equity equalizes downward, but he thinks he can beat it by spiritual elevation that proceeds from the preconceived minimum. It has a definite limited standard. How little this annulment of private property is really an appropriation is in fact proved by the abstract negation of the entire world of culture and civilization. See, you get no civilization, no culture, no art, no music, nothing good. The regression to the unnatural simplicity of the poor and crude man who has few needs. So he's talking about Babouf here. The poor and crude man who has few needs and who has not only failed to go beyond private property, but has not yet even reached it. So it's crude communism is what
guys,
poor
talking about
slubs who've
Babouf.
never had anything good would want. They just want their basic needs met like animals. So it's the higher culture of rich sons and daughters, sons of bosses, SOBs as they're called sometimes, that actually are pushing for our socialist revolutions because they know what the good life is, and everybody should just magically have the good life, and they're such heroes by pushing for that for everybody. If you could just get everybody to want to share everything all the time, except them, of course. They get exempted. So crude communists are too coarse for real communism. Marx requires you to have a Gnostic rebirth. That's what I was saying is the key piece of this weird faith that it's in. Because if you're going to have higher society, you need advanced people. So the way that he phrases this is the first positive. This is Marx in Economic Philosophic Manuscripts from 1844.
Now, a better example of this would be Che Guevara. Why would Che Guevara be a better example of what James is talking about? James wants to make it out to seem this is some sort of Gnostic fucking bullshit. Why would Che Guevara be a much better example of what James is actually talking about right now? Does anyone know? Why is Che Guevara a real-world example of what James is talking about right now? Because Che Guevara was willing to do the work. Okay, keep going. Che Guevara led by example. He did the work. Why did he appeal to the common worker, though? Why? It's not just that he did the work, guys. Why? But why? That's not the answer. Why? Why did he do the work? Please be smarter than James's audience. That's not why. Why did he do the work? Nope. Nope. Why? You guys are not telling me why. You're not telling me why. You're not answering the question I'm asking. Why did he do this? No, you're not telling me why. Nope. We're going to sit here until someone gets the answer. Why? You guys can keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, but you're not answering the question I'm asking. Nope. You're not answering the question. Nope. 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 You're not answering the question I'm asking. Why? You're not answering the question. We'll sit here all night until someone gets it. We literally watched 2 documentaries about this. There's no reason to not get this. Nope, you're not answering the question I'm asking. Nope, you're not answering the question I'm asking. Why did Che Guevara do the work? You all know the answer to this. We watched 2 documentaries about it. Someone better get the answer if you want to finish the stream with James. We've already had about 20 people say he led by example. That's not the answer. I've already told you guys several times it's not the answer. Nope. Nope. You're not listening. You're answering. You guys are answering the same thing over and over and over again. Don't fucking play that game with me. I know what you're doing. You're saying the same thing. You're just using different words to say it. Nope. 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 You're not answering the question. Nope. That's not. Why? You're saying what? I'm asking why. What is not what I'm asking. I am asking why. No. Well, he was a true believer, but a true believer in what? That's not the answer either. People, please stop fucking answering this. We watched 2 documentaries on this about a week ago. We're going to sit here until someone gets the answer. Why did Che Guevara do the work? Yeah, stop repeating yourselves. It doesn't impress me when people repeat themselves when I've already told them no. I'm going to sit here and knit until someone gives me the right answer. Not even joking. And if no one gives me the right answer in like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, then I'm just going to end the stream and go and do something else. We all watched a documentary about this. We all talked about this. I'm no longer going to even acknowledge answers that are not. You guys are saying the same fucking thing over and over and over again. You're repeating the same answers I've already told you are wrong. I'm only going to acknowledge answers that are correct. It's not for power and control. That is not the correct answer. So no correct answers right now. We all watched the documentaries, guys. Nope, no correct answers. Nope, no correct answers. Nope, nope, no correct answers. Why did Che Guevara do the work? What was Che Guevara's motivation for doing the work? No one has given a correct answer. We had a whole conversation about this when we were watching the documentary. Well, this is actually getting closer. That's not the correct answer, but it's the closest we've had so far. I'm not giving any hints, Sam. Don't ask for any fucking hints. We already had a whole conversation about this. This is not the correct answer, but it's the most correct answer so far. It does have to do with what James is saying. It actually does. That's correct, Renan. It does have to do with what James is saying. In a manner of speaking, though not that explicitly. Guys, we had a whole conversation about this. You're just throwing the same old answers in the chat over and over and over again. That's not going to work. We're not moving forward with this video until someone answers the question correctly. No, God did not tell him to. That is not correct. No, I've given you plenty of hints. You get no more hints. What was Che Guevara's motivation for doing the work? Everyone should know the answer to this, and it honestly isn't even that hard of a question. Everyone should know the answer to this. Nope. Nope. No one listens to anything I say. This is the problem. This is part of the fucking problem. It's part of the fucking problem. Aha! Now we're starting to get somewhere. It's not exactly the right answer, but it's getting closer to the right answer than other people are getting. I'm just going to sit here and knit until someone gets the right answer. Spent all afternoon watching 2 documentaries on this. We had a whole conversation about this when we were watching those documentaries. Why? Why did he truly believe it was the right thing to do? Why? The answer is not what, it's why. Why? You're not answering the question. You're saying what? You're not saying why. Why? We make progress and then we go right back to the land of Retardia. We literally make progress and then we go right back to the land of Retardia. We're almost there and then we went right back to Retardia. Nope, Renan doesn't know. I thought Renan might know. Renan does not. Or not Renan. Misakan doesn't know. I thought Misakan was going to save us, and then he failed. You guys aren't getting out of this until someone gives me the right answer. You've got 4 more minutes to give me the right answer. I'm ending the stream. 4 more minutes to give me the right answer. I'm ending the stream. Why was Che Guevara an example of what James is talking about? That would have been a much better example than what James is saying. Uh-huh. Why? How was he going to do this? How was Che Guevara doing this? No, Renan or Tayton has nothing to do with that. How was he going to do what Kazmar's saying? The audience is dropping now because people don't want to be bored. All because people couldn't recall an answer from a long discussion that we had while watching 2 different documentaries. We had a whole discussion about this. Please tell me I'm not wasting my time. Two more minutes or I'm ending the stream. I don't see any new answers coming in. You guys have had enough hints. We had a whole discussion about it. Better get those answers in. 1 more minute or I'm ending the stream. What does that mean? What was his motivation? What does that mean? You guys are not, we're not going anywhere. All right, if you want me to answer the question, someone owes me a $20 super chat right now. Well, Jeff already sent in a $10 super chat. I love this shit, Carlin. You just know I'm going back and watch that previous vids. Someone sending me a $20 super chat right now or we're ending the stream. If you send me a $20 super chat, I'll answer the question and we'll continue the stream. Pay up. Since you guys didn't listen to me the first time I said it, we had a whole discussion about this. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. I really do appreciate the $10, but the cost of me answering the question and continuing the stream is a $20 super chat. We still have not, we are now at time. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Che Guevara's motivation for doing the work, to do the, like, so what happened when we watched the documentaries was Che Guevara would go and do the work that the proletarian were doing. He would show up, he wouldn't just do the photo op, he would like unload supplies for hours, he would work in like the factories for hours. Thank you, Nick. See, like, now we've got like basically a $55 super chat, which is pretty great. The reason that he did those things was because he wanted people to participate as good workers due to an intrinsic motivation to do so, due to an internal motivation to do so, rather than external motivation to do so. He thought that in order for the like a communist society to work, people couldn't be motivated to go and do the work for additional benefits or additional like allowances or things like that. That's external motivation. He wanted to demonstrate that he was internally motivated to show up and do it for the sake of showing up and doing it. That showing up and doing it was its own reward. Does everyone understand that? Thank you, Tayton. See, we had a whole discussion about this. No. This is why your answers were wrong. It was not an external motivation. It was an internal motivation. If you're doing the work because you care about the collective, that is an external motivation. That is not an internal motivation. Che Guevara wanted to demonstrate that he was internally motivated by virtue of he was going to be a better person if he showed up and did the work. He was going to get the personal satisfaction of doing the work. It didn't have to do with anything external at all. That's the answer. That's what James is talking about. So if James had actually used Che Guevara as an example on that, to say, you know what? Che Guevara tried to demonstrate this because when he showed up and did the work, he did it with the express motivation of becoming that higher man that was internally motivated to serve the collective, not because he was going to get stuff for it, not because he was doing anything because of external ambition, but because he had the internal ambition to do it. Does that make sense to everyone? That's literally what Che Guevara said. Does James know that? Probably not. Because James is obsessed with Gnosticism. Thank you guys for the super chats. I do appreciate it. Let's finish up.
First, positive annulment of private property.
Okay, if it's clear as mud, then you need to fucking ask a question. Ask a question. We're going to wait for you. You want to say something as clear as mud? Ask a question. We're waiting. We're holding the entire stream up for you. Partially, yeah. But also because they're actually just more motivated. Well, apparently you don't, so ask a question. You're going to say something as clear as mud. We're going to stop the entire stream and you're going to ask a question. So go ahead, ask a question. So he wanted to convince the masses that serving... Yes, exactly, Jeff. Exactly. You do the work for the internal reward, the internal satisfaction of doing the work. Not because you're getting any external reward or anything like that. It's for the internal satisfaction of knowing that you showed up and did it. We're still waiting for your question. You want to say as clear as mud in my chat? What's your question? We're waiting for Foggy City Dave. So next time we're not saying it's clear as mud when you actually understand it, are we? We're not making fun of this because we actually take it seriously, right? You say stuff like that in my chat, you're going to get put on the spot.
Crude communism is thus merely a manifestation of the vileness of private property, which wants to set itself up as the positive community system. Communism, so on the other hand, as positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man. Communism, therefore, is the complete return of man to himself as a social, which is human being. That's the difference. That's what Marx was saying. That's a religious transformation in a theosophical cult. He says, I'm going to skip a little bit of the middle. I've read this a whole bunch. This communism is fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and is fully developed humanism. Humanism was the name for his religion, by the way, as he called it. And as fully developed humanism equals naturalism. It is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature. We call that sustainability today. And between man and man, we call that inclusion today. The true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be this solution. That's communism, as Marx actually explained it. Notice, though, that he said that it's about man's return to himself as social, therefore human. So The way he describes that, actually, what I just read to you was from 2 different paragraphs, and I skipped the middle one. The middle paragraph says, in both forms, democratic and despotic, communism is already aware of being reintegration or return of man to himself, the transcendence of human self-estrangement. We're actually socialists and we're going home. But since it has not yet grasped the positive essence of private property and just as little the human nature of need, it remains captive to it and infected by it. He's talking about crude communism there. It has indeed grasped its concept, but not its essence. So it has the right idea, but it's missing the spiritual religious element. This is the crackpot religion of advancing man to his theosophical endpoint of a meta-organism that lives for the species. Exactly like I said. So how does Marxism work? It has a particular method, which is actually the dialectical class conflict of history. Dialectical materialism, it's called. It's done by seizing the means of the production of history, which is to seize the means of production of man and society. That wheel, man creates society, creates man, creates society. That's how it works. That's done through those things I called praxis, which is activism, and the inversion of praxis, the socialization done by society onto you. Here's how he opens the Communist Manifesto. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. So all of history moves because class struggle against each other. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed. So if it's oppressor and oppressed, it's communism, folks.
No, communists do care. Communists do care about dialectical materialism. They do. We haven't watched a ton of it, but there's a whole series of presentations. I think it's on Haymarket Books' YouTube channel about dialectical materialism. I mean, they do touch on that in a lot of the presentations that we watch. So James is actually not wrong on this one. Okay, so let me repeat. Che Guevara had the internal motivation to create a socialist society because he wanted people to have internal drive to serve the collective. No. Not internal drive to serve the collective. The collective is an external motivating force. The internal drive to do the work that is required for the reward of doing the work that is required. You've added an external element. The collective is external. He wanted it to be internal.
It's that simple. Is woke communism? Yes. Oppressor and oppressed stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight. A fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstruction of society at large or in the common ruin of the contending classes. Okay, so that's Marx. Let's do a little aside and let's see what Teilhard says. This is from The Future of Mankind. It is a pleasant and dramatic spectacle, that of mankind divided into its very depths into 2 irrevocably opposed camps. One looking toward the horizon and proclaiming with all its newfound faith, we are moving. Progress. And the other, without shifting its position, obstinately maintaining, nothing changes. We are not moving at all. Same thing, softer version. It's not class conflict now, it's the people who believe in progress versus the people who don't.
No, James is not focused on anything except making shit up. All of this presentation is invented. It's not real.
Versus the poor, or the black versus the white, or the whatever. So Marx opens the manifesto by saying history moves through class conflict that's oppressor versus oppressed and destroys the classes that are involved unless there's a revolution that reconstitutes everything. Here's how he ends the main body of the manifesto. When in the course of development class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, if properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. The state exists to maintain oppression. If the proletariat, during its contest with the bourgeoisie, is compelled by the force of circumstances to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, unburdened by what has been,
he keeps adding
then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. We can be unburdened by what has been so we can see what
It's
can
not
be. And we'll all
there.
be socialists.
It's not what it said.
So Marxism adopts the revolutionary model of crude communism and then places it not within this secret little conspiracy to overthrow the government, but within the intrinsic transformation of people who will then form a revolutionary force to overthrow the existing state, take control of it, and then transform it into socialism, taking it to its communist endpoint. In other words, theoretical communism, Marx's transformative communism, builds apostles of the transformation of society to the end of history.
Oh my God.
It didn't work, by the way. So history is like an engine for Marxism. What makes it run is class conflict, which means you have to make a lot of class conflict to make it go. So you might, agitate the races against each other to make it move. You might import a lot of people from another part of the world who don't integrate very well to make it move. This is the basis of the dialectical materialism. Hegel talked about the same thing before Marx did in a very racist way. It's kind of funny that they're all based off of that. But eventually the idea is that these contradictions will raise consciousness in sufficiently many people to have the revolution take over, and you watch the state slowly start to wither away because now everybody who runs the program is enlightened. And Marx believed that society moved through these 6 stages as it did this, right? Primitive or tribal communism, that's what I said, that's the first one, and then it ends in global communism, that's the last one. Well, in between, the tribal communists start to take each other over. One tribe conquers another, makes everybody slaves, so you get slave economies next. Everybody sooner or later realizes that's not so good, and you end up with a feudal aristocracy where they reproduce it with lords and ladies and a slightly higher level of management of the same thing. Then everybody convinces themselves that they're their own man and their own woman working for their own stuff, with their own stuff, and capitalism as the 4th stage of history, but capitalism is really wage slavery. You're actually mostly not working for yourself, you're working for somebody else.
Capitalism is explicitly defined as private property ownership by today's socialists and communists. It has been for a long fucking time.
And exploited and made a wage slave. And then you can have the actual revolution that changes the course of history to socialism as the 5th stage and the 6th stage.
James doesn't even pass the basic 101 introductory level test that I give everyone. When people say, I understand socialism, Carlin, I say, okay, how does socialists define capitalism? If you understand that socialists define capitalism as private property ownership, you pass the test. If you do not understand that socialists define capitalism as private property ownership, and that private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small, your parental rights over your children, and your individual liberties, then you do not understand socialism. You don't understand it. Because that is the explicit definition. There is no other definition. That is the definition they use over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. There is no misinterpreting this when you actually listen to the left. James has just failed our basic 101 level quiz to understanding communism and socialism in the United States today, because if you do not understand that capitalism is defined as private property ownership explicitly, with no interpretation, with no, well, some people do this and some people, no. It is explicit. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand the left.
It will evolve or wither into communism, and we're all in heaven. It's supposedly, Marx said this is a science, a wissenschaftlicher Sozialismus, the scientific socialism, the only true science. The Democratic Socialists of America still call it the immortal science of Marxism, by the way. They believe the science, like in COVID, the immortal science of Marxism. They really put that on Twitter. But it moves through these stages inexorably. This is just how history progresses. It's just a matter of how quickly it does. So why don't we speed up the process by waking up and getting on with it sooner? The contradictions of each stage and the conditions of each stage lead to the next. You can't start with a bunch of peasants and skip forward to being socialists, because just like Babouf, you didn't have the stuff to understand what the good life is. So you'll live with this crude, junky communism where everybody's miserable. Soviet Union and peasant China stick out under the CCP. But what we are going to do if we follow this process correctly is humanity is going to go from tribal, estranged groups that live in communist splendor with a small group to a global world that operates in communist splendor for everybody and for all by us slowly awakening to our socialist, self-creative, species being true nature, who we really are as socialists. In other words, we could phrase it this way: man, to paraphrase Rousseau, man is born a creative socialist, but everywhere is stuck in his historical conditions. The way that this works, like I said, is that you do praxis, that's your activism, and then when you change society, the society creates a state, and the state enforces its power onto you, and you change as a result, and you get that spiraling logic, like I said. But at the end, the thing is with socialism, because they have the right consciousness, which if we were theosophists, we would call Christ consciousness.
Oh,
what's
come on.
Christ all about?
No, wrong. Wrong. That's not at all what Christ consciousness means. Christ consciousness is a very specific energy that anyone can tune into at any time. James is confusing Christ consciousness with the collective consciousness, which are two different fucking things, you fucking retard. Christ consciousness is the energy of Jesus Christ. The collective consciousness is all of human knowledge, all of human experience, all in one. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Christians, self-sacrifice for the liberation of man from bondage. So the state will wither away of its own accord. The state will sacrifice itself in the end to liberate mankind from the oppression of what states maintain, which is class antagonism.
This is so fucking
That's
infuriating.
the religion. That's the idea. The state becomes Christ and eventually dies on its own cross. And we're all...
That's not what Christ consciousness means.
free, but it only works when we all believe exactly the same thing, which is that we're intrinsically socialists who operate like we're all married to each other all the time. Could you imagine? Like sometimes, you know, you read these stories about polygamy sometimes and you're like, 2 wives? Are you out of your mind? Like, have you tried to manage one? The problems are just going to exponentially increase, right? And now I'm married to 8 billion people. I'm just kidding. 2 billion, they got to get rid of 6 of it. 500 million, I'm just kidding. Georgia Guidestones, we didn't say that out loud. All right, so that didn't work. By the way, we're almost at the end. That didn't work. It didn't work anywhere. You basically kind of had a handful of different kinds of societies. You had super undeveloped places like in Africa where it wasn't even tried. You had peasant societies which didn't know what anybody was talking about and weren't interested in it, and Marx didn't think that was where it should be pushed anyway because people weren't ready for it because they hadn't been capitalist. And you had the capitalists West, the societies in the capitalist West that didn't want anything to do with it. In fact, they wouldn't organize a revolt. Communists complained about this incessantly through the 19th and into the 20th century. They were more interested in their religion as an identity, their families, their clan. They're more interested in having economic stability and making a little peace for them for their lives where work was exploitative. They wanted reforms. They didn't want to blow up society. They weren't interested in transformation. They just wanted to have, you know, a slightly better work. They wanted OSHA, sort of. Not full OSHA. But they did want a safe working place and normal working hours and not living in a company town in constant debt to a robber baron. They wanted reforms. They wanted to keep their lives going. They also, as time went forward, were much more interested in their national identities, as plays a big part in the 20th century, than they were in an international universal communist identity. As far as the feudal societies, it wasn't really pushed, but they weren't even ready. You couldn't organize peasants. You couldn't get them to do more or less anything. And so what happens then is we kind of have the development of the world at this point in, we'll say, the late 19th century, is that you have kind of Western Europe and the Americas are kind of successful, growing capitalist societies Marx thought would go, and they don't. And then you had Russia and China and kind of the rest of the Eastern world that were peasant societies. And it turns out that they were able to force it there. And so that's going to lead us to our next two lectures to introduce them. In the East, we had Eastern communism, which I'm calling communism 2.0. And in the West, arising at roughly the same time, we had an entirely different view, which was how do you subvert capitalist societies, which is called Western Marxism. And so we have Eastern communism and Western communism developing roughly at the beginning of the 20th century to deal with the fact that this isn't going to work anywhere, as Marx laid it out. You can't go around and make apostles among the workers and get them to spontaneously organize, revolt, and blow up their lives. So the big punchline is that Marx and theoretical communism, communism 1.0, Marx believed that if you tell them enough theory, if you preach at them enough, the proletariat would eventually awaken. The instruction was to go among the workers, right? And they would have a Gnostic rebirth to their socialist true identity as class consciousness, and they would organize as a class, they would revolt as a class, they would have the revolution and establish actually existing socialism that, because it's anti-class, would wither away the state until you had the heaven of classless communism, and it just didn't happen anywhere. Completely wrong. In fact, it was such a failure that Marx probably, despite the fact that he wrote 11 billion words, would probably be nothing more than a footnote in history if Lenin didn't rescue his reputation and make him kind of a big deal. Before 1917, which is the year of the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, socialist movements everywhere didn't go really anywhere. They didn't get very far. The Paris Commune was the best attempt, and it didn't last very long. It didn't work out. Turns out Chaz sucks. That's what all these things are, is Chaz, and they don't work. The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, they don't work. It turns out they suck, and people don't want to live in them. They want functioning societies. So in the East, the feudal societies were ushered into what I'm calling industrial communism, which also turns out to be ushered into mass death, or as my Australian friends said, walked into a blender. And like I said, the Bolsheviks not taking power in 1917, Marxism would be a footnote. Marx would be a third-rate goofball in German philosophy that basically nobody paid attention to. And this is an extremely controversial statement that makes people on the internet extremely mad when you say it. So our next lecture will be later this evening, and it explores communism 2.0, which I'm calling industrial communism, or state communism, which is how communism developed in the East, to force people into socialism, including lots of crude communists and peasants and things that aren't supposed to be, in the hopes of transforming them, which is to say, unburdening them from what had been so they can learn to see what could be for their own and the greater good. And thank you.
I just want to remind everyone, as we wrap up this epic shit show, I just want to remind everyone that there is a reality. Hang on, I need to find it. Apologies. I need to actually find what I am referencing. Apologies. Hang on. Oh, that's not right. Nope. Where is it? 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 Not that one. Not that one. Did I accidentally X out of it? That may have actually happened. Did I accidentally X out of it? Oh no, here it is. Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. I just want to remind everyone, since we just spent several hours watching and completely ripping apart that epic shit show that James is teaching people, I just want to remind everyone that James Lindsay has publicly called for my work to be canceled, has publicly called to have people hide primary source evidence about what communists are doing, has publicly denounced me on multiple occasions, has publicly told people in his community to block people in my community for daring to show primary source video evidence. And I think we can all ascertain why. I can think we can all ascertain why James Lindsay is demanding publicly that credits to my work be removed. Because he doesn't want people looking at primary source evidence of what real communists and real Marxists are saying. Because the second that people start looking at primary source evidence about what real communists and real Marxists are saying is the second that his Gnostic fucking bullshit narrative completely falls apart. I am so floored at what we just spent the last several hours watching. James charges hundreds of dollars for that workshop. There are people there that are eating up everything. Yes, it's really Gnostic, James. It's really a Gnostic religion. It's a Gnostic religion. James is the one creating a fucking Gnostic religion that is not hinged into reality at all in any way. And with it, he's selling all of us out. He is selling out everyone who cares about stopping the radical left. He's selling all of us out for money and for fucking clout. And I'm infuriated by what we just watched. I'm infuriated. And this should just motivate us to do what we can to educate as many people as possible. Because we're the only ones talking about what's going on in the real world. James is shilling people a mountain of bullshit. Reality matters. The truth matters. And we're the only ones really telling it on a consistent basis. Yeah, he is intentionally spreading lies. That was absolutely fucking insane. That was absolutely fucking insane. It's like we've got the emperor. The emperor is walking down the street fucking naked. And no one is saying the emperor is wearing no fucking clothes. James Lindsay is the fucking emperor that's prancing down the fucking street naked, and no one is saying he's not wearing any fucking clothes. I just can't. I can't. Well, it's 10 o'clock. I've been streaming for 5 hours. That's a long-ass stream. I'm gonna go and, I'm gonna go do drugs. Maybe not drugs. Maybe I'm not gonna do drugs. Maybe that's a bad idea. I'm gonna go smoke a joint. And I'm gonna watch a movie. And I will be back tomorrow for Socialism Saturday at 6 p.m. when we will watch actual socialists and communists talk about what they actually believe, which has nothing to fucking do with Gnosticism. Nothing to fucking do with it at all. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Perfect way to end the stream. Perfect. I hope you all enjoy your Friday night. Thank you for hanging out with me until the very end. I appreciate all of you. Remember to spread the word about what a fucking nut job James Lindsay is, because, like, we all are responsible for this, honestly. We all are responsible for this. Jennifer, thank you for dropping by. I hope we didn't make your brain explode by forcing you to watch this. We're going to watch actual socialists tomorrow. James Lindsay can fuck off with love. I'm going to go smoke a joint and watch a movie. All right, guys, take care. We'll have a good rest of your day. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.